Chapter 2057. Let's set sail. Goodbye. When I return, I will bring all of you to live a good life together. Don't send me off, don't send me off. In the evening there were still no stars. The drones rose into the sky and shone like stars. Li stood on the deck and waved goodbye. He looked like he couldn't bear to let others send him off too far. The fishermen stood on the fishing boats. If no one sent them off, how could they send their own boats off? They obviously couldn't keep up with the speed. Did they think they were dolphins? The fishermen didn't feel sad. They had agreed that they would mail the broken items back and write a letter. After a period of time, Li Dongzhu would send the items over and they would earn a lot of money. The sadness of parting can't be washed away. Sai, let's go and see how much seafood we caught. A hint of worry appeared on Li Yi's face. After sighing, he turned around and pulled Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan to go look at the seafood. Senior sister, is Master hungry because he hasn't eaten dinner? Can you take Master's pulse when we eat? Li Guizong looked at his master and was worried. Go away, what do you know? Master is happy and can solve a problem. Xiao Lan scolded her junior brother and walked a few steps before stopping. But I should take Master's pulse. It is indeed abnormal. The seawater is probably cold. See, I told you. Li Guizong proved himself. You said he was hungry, but I said the water was cold. Xiao Lan glared at her junior brother. It's cold and hungry. Li Guizong was not convinced. Why are you right? When we go back, let the villagers have a taste. It should be enough for everyone in Zhuangzi. The rest can be eaten by third brother, and the rest for a few more days. Li Yi looked at the dog-claw snails that were raised in the cold environment. They were not small. He was happy. Zhoushan Archipelago was indeed a good place. Let's try it. Xiao Lan thought about the number of villagers and nodded. There was a large group of craftsmen who came later and brought their families. They were probably still learning and looking at the blueprints, the new weights, the use of tools, and the simple processing of parts. After a few years, let's see if the railway can be built along the canal. It can be built in sections. Li Yi hated that he couldn't get the national road and railway network from his era to be the best in the world. Li Lang, with the railway, will the canals lose their function? Princess Yongmu asked with some reluctance. Yes, it's suitable for shipping bulk goods and has a long shelf life. If it was not used, the canal would naturally be abandoned. The canal was not only used for transportation, but also for diversion and flood control. If they didn't use it, they wouldn't clean it up or maintain it. If they encountered a flood, the price they would have to pay would be countless times higher than the time spent. As the number of steam engines increased, the number of steam engine ships increased, which was beneficial for shipping. Wouldn't it be better to transport a ship full of preserved vegetables to the railway next to the canal to unload and load the goods? Li Yi gave an example. Back then, he had abandoned it. Later on, everyone realized that something was wrong. They still had to use it. The use of water from the south to the north and the use of ships was not wasteful at all. Instead, it promoted economic growth. For example, many of the bridges on the Yangtze River were built too low. At the beginning, boats were not considered at the bottom of the waves. The same mistake could not be made again in the Tang dynasty. The shoulders of giants were easy to step on. Good, good. Princess Yongmu was happy. Then she frowned slightly. How many years will it take to repair it? How long will it take to repair the Chang'an to Haizhou? Once the double track is laid, it will be repaired immediately. Let's see how much manpower and steam engines are involved. 1 year? Li Yi was not worried about the time. At first, the Jinpu Railway from Tianjin to Nanjing was built in 4 years. At that time, £5 million was used. The purchasing power of the pounds in the rising Sun City was very strong at the same time. However, the Tang dynasty was not weak. They could throw money into it. In fact, the money spent was all for labor costs. The cost of materials did not include profits. Mining iron or coal mining and smelting only counted the labor costs, including transportation. There was no need to buy the tracks. He did not earn a single cent from it. He did not dare to earn. Next year, he would continue to build the railway and the bridge. The Jinpu Railway was from Tianjin to Nanjing. Why did the Tang dynasty build Tianjin? It was so far away, and the Khitans occupied it to help them transport tussa cocoons. The railway from Luoyang to Haizhou was enough to connect here, but the Yellow River. Without going to Tianjin, the total length would be reduced by almost 3/5. It would be easy to finish it in 1 year. I have to find a way to make money again. Xiaolan was such a rich girl, but she did not dare to say that she had a lot of money when she thought about the railway. It's not a matter of money. Next year, more crop seeds will be released, and the output of indica rice will be higher. Azhou and the surrounding provinces will raise poultry and livestock. The handicraft technology will be thrown to the big clans and big merchants. The Tang dynasty's agriculture and handicraft industry will improve as a whole. The increase in overseas trade will be able to support the construction of infrastructure. At this moment, Li Yi no longer considered the printing of paper money as collateral. It was meaningless. If he suddenly had 10,000 tons of gold, would he dare to print the same amount of exchange coupons? The people did not buy gold. They bought food, cloth, and meat. The Tang dynasty could not digest 10,000 tons of gold, but they could let people overseas accept the exchange coupons. Tell the people overseas to bring the exchange coupons to the Tang dynasty and exchange them for gold. The value of the exchange coupons was the same as the value of the exchange coupons. If the overseas merchants wanted to use the exchange coupons to buy food, fine, but they would add 1,000% export tariff. Would they buy it? If you don't want gold or food, kerosene lamps are better. You can take them back and use them yourself or sell them. How convenient. You don't have spices or food, but do you have oil? You can dig it out in the open. I'll teach you how to use wooden barrels. Bring them over. 50 barrels for 1 barrel of diesel. Aya, I'll give you a friendship price at a loss. Thinking of this, Li Yi chuckled. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan looked at each other. Something good happened. Li Lang, what did you think of? Tell us. Princess Yongmu asked gently. It's not easy for the overseas merchants. We can't always take advantage of them. I was thinking. Li Yi shared the process of how to be good to others. Giving roses to others would leave a lingering fragrance in the hand. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan listened, and their eyes narrowed into crescents. Good. Li Lang was a kind person. 50 barrels of oil for 1 barrel of diesel. Lose money. If you don't believe me, I can give you 100 barrels of oil, and you can give me 1 barrel of diesel? The 3 of them happily went to eat dinner. An hour later, the yacht entered the inland river and the Yangtze River. The drone rose into the air and shouted to the boats in front. It also helped to light up the boats. Li Yi ate skewers. He didn't eat much in the hour and only drank beer. He looked at the time and then at the speedometer. It was marked 35 knots. He pursed his lips. More than 140 kilometers in an hour, and you're telling me that it's 35 knots? 1 nautical mile is equivalent to 4 kilometers? Was there something wrong with the boat? Why couldn't it go so fast when he operated it? This was a yacht, not a racer used to break records. Would it be able to fly if it had wings? Eat skewers, continue eating skewers. If you don't think about it, you won't be troubled. Just don't damage the boat. We can eat at home at noon next year. Li Yi told Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan a piece of good news. He considered that the inland river couldn't reach 140 kilometers per hour and needed to avoid the boats. Otherwise, he estimated that they would reach Shuangzi by dawn. If they were fast, not only would they not bump into other people's small fishing boats, but they would also be overturned by the waves. Chapter 2058. As expected, the yacht slowed down after entering the Yangtze River, and the drones flew further away. Li Lang switched to electric skewers. Princess Yongmu found that there was no charcoal left. There was some charcoal left in the corner of the boat. She wanted to eat skewers, but she didn't drink much. She only ate 2 skewers and was busy chatting. Okay. Li Yi prepared to switch equipment. Go buy it, go buy it. The little robot spoke quickly at the side. The drones took the money to buy charcoal at night entertainment places on the shore. Everyone knew who the combination of cruiser and drone was. They had been there before, and now they were back. People who could drink and have fun by the water at night couldn't be found. They all took out money to help pay the bill. The shopkeeper put charcoal in a small basket and didn't touch the money. The drone flew away and another one came. 5 kilograms of good mutton. The shopkeeper nodded. Okay. Another drone came to the side and waited. Half a fan of mutton chop. The worker looked at the shopkeeper, and the shopkeeper glared at him. Stop pretending. This is a blessing you can't get in 8 lifetimes. Why are you looking at me? After the things were packed, the 2 drones left. Another one came with a hook and gently put a small basket on the table. It moved and unhooked. Whoosh, boss! The worker looked at the shopkeeper again. What? The shopkeeper looked closer. There was a small porcelain jar in the basket. He opened the lid, and the fragrant smell of chili oil wafted out. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. The shopkeeper shouted at the back of the yacht. A student who wasn't qualified to take the imperial examination next year looked at the yacht coming and going and said with emotion, "The cruiser of the Tang dynasty, first seen on the horizon. I didn't see the whole thing, but in the blink of an eye, the clouds and the water. Okay, I'll give you a spoonful of chili oil. Write it down. I'll stay and be a witness." The shopkeeper didn't care whether the so-called poem was good or not. In any case, it proved that Li Dongzhu liked the food in his stall. He found a small plate, scooped a spoonful of chili oil, and gave it to the student. The worker was alert at this moment. He gave the student the 4 treasures of the study that he always prepared and asked the student to write. At the place where scholars gathered, there would be brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. If anyone wanted to write something, it would be easy to provide. On the yacht, Li Yi cut the meat with a knife, while the wing knights chopped the lamb chops with a small axe. A small jar of chili oil in exchange for so many things. It's a good deal, Li Yi said as he gave half of the uncut meat to his 2 disciples. Master, that jar of chili oil can be exchanged for 2 goats. The jar is not small. Li Guizong reminded his master as he cut the meat. When you first met me, you weren't this foolish. Could it be that I've taught you to be useless? Why don't you find someone else? Master, people's hearts could not be bought with material objects. The shopkeeper had to give them a gift first to receive a reward. What master is giving is not chili oil, but a reward for Tang Exen. Li Guizong's hands didn't stop moving, but his words changed. If you dare to anger Master again, I'll ask Master to send you to buy Zaifu. You can continue to anger him like you did in the beginning. The little girl put on the airs of a senior sister and reprimanded her junior brother. Yes, 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 I won't dare to. Li Guizong shrunk his neck and couldn't control his hands well. What are you cutting? If you cut along the texture, how are you going to bite it after it's roasted? Can't you chew it with a bite? The little girl took the opportunity to continue. Li Yi had a smile on his face. There was nothing wrong with it. When he was learning surgery, he was always told that. Some of the details had left a psychological shadow, but it was really useful. When he was performing surgery, he would be especially alert and wouldn't make any mistakes when he reached that place. Li Guizong looked at the size of the meat and changed the knife. If he could change it, he would be happy to be scolded. Master would occasionally joke, but senior sister cared about him. When senior sister spoke, her hands didn't make any mistakes. As expected, he still couldn't cut people. He had to practice. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan were threading skewers on the side and smiling at the master and disciples. Wan Zhaoyuan and Gu Xian's wife were also threading skewers and didn't make a sound. Li Lang, it's time for the people working in Hunan province to change shifts, right? 5 kilograms of meat was threaded in a short while, but half a fan of lamb chops was even faster. Iron skewers were put on the skewers. Bamboo skewers wouldn't work, as the lamb chops weren't cooked yet. The skewers would burn off first unless they kept fanning. They changed long ago. They changed at night. Oh, they just changed. They still have to do other simple tasks for 2 more hours. Li started to grill the skewers and thought of the construction arrangements. Just as Li said, a group of people were laying the tracks on the railway line from Hunan province to the capital. The place where the weather was cold was not frozen yet, so they put in the most manpower. They changed shifts every 4 hours. The large number of people who came to the capital last year came in handy. They worked for 4 hours, ate, found other easy tasks to do for 2 hours, and then slept. The shift in Hunan province lasted for 8 hours, and there was an hour to eat in between. While they ate, the others would take over for an hour. After they rested, the others ate and they were responsible for an hour. In addition, they had to sort out the stones, mix the cement, and level the roadbed stones for a while. A person could work for 8 hours a day, plus an hour to eat. The rest of the time, they could take a bath and sleep. The same arrangement for the bridge construction. No one was allowed to have any other entertainment activities, except for those between husband and wife. Using the number of people in exchange for time, everyone was guaranteed to be in their best condition when working. When picking stones, others picked 50 kilograms. Some wanted to show off and picked 150 kilograms. Not allowed. Carrying a load and walking fast was still not allowed. Li didn't agree to work at the expense of their health. With more people working overtime, all problems would be solved. It was just money. He hoped that everyone would be in good health and have more children so that there wouldn't be any problems. He admired the Iron Men's spirit. Everyone in that era was like that. Now, in the Tang dynasty, he didn't want Iron Men to appear. Iron Men had overdrawn too much of their lives. How much money do I need to eat in a day? Good wine. On the bank of the Yellow River, a person who was involved in the bridge construction was drinking hot white wine. It was 52% alcohol. The Yellow River was dry, but there was still water. They had to work barefoot and wear big pants. Half an hour later, they went ashore, put on their pants, and do other work. 1 hour later, they went down again. There were 3 shifts, excluding the time for eating, a total of 8 hours. Now he could rest after eating. He had to drink to speed up his blood circulation. The wine was hot white wine. The dish was chicken stewed with yam eggs. The staple food was rice cooked with long grain rice and salted vegetables. He started with the chicken and yam eggs. After drinking, he put the rice into a bowl. It was a bowl with a diameter of 20 centimeters. The more he worked and ate, the stronger his body would be. Even his wife said it was good. Otherwise, his wife would not be satisfied if he did heavy work and did not eat well in cold water. Let's not talk about the money first. When you and your wife are sleeping, don't make such a big noise. A workmate beside him suggested, "What noise? You can still hear the noise?" The workmate adjusted his chopsticks and held them in reverse. "What noise? You can still snore. You can sleep better if you sleep on your side. When you eat, don't you feel tired holding the chopsticks?" The workmate decided not to provoke him. "Are you talking about me? Just like how you and your wife don't snore." The workmate copied him because the workmate also changed the way he held the chopsticks. "Eat, eat. Stop fooling around. Isn't it good to snore? If you have children now, the imperial court will reward you." The class monitor warned the workmate, "It's okay to joke around, but don't get angry." Chapter 2059. Hey, 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 hey. Whoosh, whoosh. Bend your legs and raise them. Hey, roar. Step on the shoulders and move. Hey, roar. When some people were resting and eating, some people took over the work. The people on the railway lifted the rails and the ground was cleaned to prevent people from stepping on stones and spraining their feet. Large wooden poles were set up on the banks of the Yellow River, and ropes went down diagonally. There were hooks on the ropes and baskets on the hooks. Dozens of people turned the winch and sent the silt from the Yellow River to the top. There were also iron cages loaded with stones and sent them down. The banks of the Yellow River had dried up, but there was still water in the middle, and the flow had never stopped. If they wanted to fix the bridge pier, they needed to fix the other piers, and use stones here to change the flow of water. When the bridge pier was fixed, the iron cages could be brought up for other purposes. The gourd in hand was responsible for lifting large objects. Everyone shouted and worked together. The people on both sides of the Yellow River were working hard, especially those who lived on the north bank. They had long wanted a bridge to reach the south bank. They were already ferrying people across the river. It was inconvenient to carry large objects. When they went upstream, the river would rise sharply and the traffic would be interrupted. If they wanted to save something to exchange for money, they could only wait. If they fell sick, the local doctor's medical skills were limited. They could only go to Luoyang to find someone. Selling things could wait, but not illnesses. Now that the flow of people was relaxed, the people wanted to send the cloth they weaved at home to Chang and to sell. There was a railway after the bridge. A village would send a few people to drive a cart across the bridge and send the goods directly to Chang and to sell. The price was high. This kind of small business did not belong to merchants and did not affect the family. The silt was sent to the shore and the people were happy to see it. This year, there would be a large amount of silt removal. The government would pay for the silt that could grow crops. More than 10,000 people were invested to build a bridge on the Yellow River. More than 50,000 people were invested to build the road from the bridgehead to Luoyang. No less than 600,000 people were invested to build the second rail from Chang and to Haizhou. The train helped to transport things. Everyone could not wait. The people from the aristocratic families who had been tricked by Li Yi, the people who had been given the policy by Li Yi, were willing to fork out a portion of the money to build a bridge on the river that used boats to transport trains. They sent people to Haizhou to do business. The people were unwilling to sell their land. The government, the imperial court, took over the land. They invested a lot of money on the ground. The faster the railway was, the more money they would make. Otherwise, they would lose money. There was strength in numbers, and it was bustling with noise and excitement. At night, the torches flickered, making it seem safe. The crescent moon set and the sun rose. The children carried their small school bags and went to school. They didn't eat breakfast and went to school to eat. There were many teachers teaching classes. Next year, the imperial examinations would be held in Luoyang. The students had arrived early and were arranged to teach. He was willing and not forced to teach. He would be given a house, 3 meals a day, 2 taels of lamp oil at night, 3 coins of lecture fees a day, and a copy of the newspaper. Poor scholars needed to know the contents of the time policy in the newspapers. If they did not read the newspapers, they would not understand the affairs of the Tang dynasty. The children of the rich also taught. They had a kind heart and were definitely not afraid that if they did not teach, their results would be inexplicably cancelled during the imperial examinations. There was a rumor circulating on the street that His Majesty had a conversation with the chancellors one day. During the banquet, His Majesty said, "Those who are unwilling to teach children, how can they sincerely educate the people of the Tang dynasty?" This news was popular in Chang, and now it was also spread in Luoyang. There were even people who used the imperial examinations in Chang, and as an example. Some year, some month, some day, some place took the imperial examinations. Someone from the old family answered all the questions. In the end, they investigated and found that he had never taught children before. So they found a word in a poem and said that he was disrespectful to the saints. Because he was young, he was dismissed, and the Gui family was forced to reflect for 3 years. The jinshi that was in their hands was gone. If they took the exam again 3 years later, the examiner might probably. Therefore, the students who came first worked very hard and taught seriously. As for those who did not come yet, they thought that those people had already lost their chance. The children enjoyed their blessings. After breakfast, they went to their classes. A class had at most 30 people and at least a dozen. There were many students who would not be assigned a student. If that was the case, the other party would kill himself in front of you. You don't want me to pass the exam, right? Accompanied by the sound of reading. When the sun was about to reach the middle of the sky, a beautiful boat entered the valley along the Luo River and directly docked at the pier at the foot of the Li family, Zhuangzi. The whole of Zhuangzi became lively. A group of people ran to the pier to move things. The drones could not fly, so they had to secretly send things in. Slow down, don't rush to eat. I'm not hungry yet. The journey is tiring. Let's rest first. One by one, the small robots were pushed away and continued to talk. Bai Gu and the others corrected the memorials and prepared to read a few more books before eating. When they heard that Li Yi had returned to Zhuangzi, they put down their work and were not in the mood. They would talk about it in the afternoon. Wan Zhaoyuan sat on a shock-absorbing stretcher and looked around. Gu Xian and his family were curious. The legendary Li family Zhuangzi, although not the one in Baishui, was still famous. Dongzhu, the matters in Chang and Zhuangzi have been arranged. Li Yi got off the boat and a person came up to him. Songda, you're here? Good. Li Yi revealed a smile. Songda had a lot of things to do. If he could come, it meant that everything in Zhuangzi had been straightened out. I arrived yesterday afternoon. At the same time, a lot of things were transported by train. I'm happy to see the new craftsmen. Songda had a happy expression. Zhuangzi had become stronger, and there would be more good things coming from Zhuangzi in the future. He needed to familiarize himself with the situation in the shortest time possible. He did not have to remember every craftsman and their family, but he had to make all the data tables. Which craftsmen were good at, what kind of work their family members did, how many children there were in each age group. Sun Xian had already done it, but he still had to make his own judgment. Everyone had a different angle to consider the problem. There's seafood on the boat. It's arranged at night. Li nodded and walked forward quickly. Li Longji had arrived and was talking to Wan Zhaoyuan. Wan Zhaoyuan was so excited that it did not hurt at all. Li Longji encouraged him. He did not expect him to speak normally. In any case, it would be written in the newspaper and publicized. It would be divided into 2 parts. Today they would talk about this aspect, and tomorrow they would talk about another aspect. Go and tidy up. Let's eat. Li Longji said to Princess Yongmu after he finished talking to Wan Zhaoyuan. Yes. We'll eat seafood hot pot for lunch and braised seafood for dinner. Princess Yongmu replied and ran away with Xiaolan. This girl. Li Longji shook his head and asked Li Yi, between the riverside and the seaside, where is the better life? The riverside. There are pickled vegetables and the land is good. The water situation in the seaside archipelago is complicated. The fish caught can't be sold in Hangzhou. Only after the shellfish is dried will there be some income. The local people's income source is too simple. They need to increase other industries and effectively use natural resources and human resources. They can also use it first and repay it later to provide them with bigger boats and fishing tools. Li Yi replied calmly. He had already thought about it. During the farming era, the people needed land the most. The islands that lacked good land must be supported. The 2 talked as they walked to the restaurant. When they reached the door, Bai Gu was waiting outside. As soon as he saw Li Yi, he shouted, Xiao Yi, quickly arrange it. The monks and Taoists have to decorate the place. There's no space left. Brothers and sisters with ability, please return to Qijian to subscribe. Thank you. The farmer bowed. Chapter 2060. A group of monks and Taoists were busy working in the Cemetery of Martyrs to the west of the Li family's farmstead. Even the warmth of the afternoon sun could not compare to the enthusiasm of these people. The big shots from Chang and Pyongkong Square would occasionally watch from afar. The big shots from Nankou, who were most proficient in Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism, could speak of profound philosophies at any time. However, they had not been to temples and monasteries for a long time. They would buy many of the scriptures translated by Li Yi and read them. Today, a group of people from Sigong Square came here to exchange ideas and discuss with each other. In fact, Sigong Square's business was not good because of the local and foreign rich people who came here. Xinyan raised her binoculars to look at other people's layout. Beside her stood Luwan and Xiaoyan from Chang'an's Heavenly Earth. Luwan and Xiaoyan went to Luoyang's Heavenly Earth to work. Chang and was handed over to them to train a few people. The entire team from Heavenly Earth moved to Luoyang. Those who had Chang'an's Heavenly Earth membership card could still use it. The business in Luoyang's Heavenly Earth was good. There were many people, and if they could not get a seat, they would order takeout. Chang'an's business was weak. Her Majesty was not here, and neither was Li Yi. Why spend so much money at Heavenly Earth? There was no problem with the service. The people who took over were already familiar with it. It was similar to Li Yi's situation. When others opened hot pot, the business was very good. They allowed others to buy their shop. Others estimated and did not need to ask. They just parked their cars outside and watched. Every day, when it was not meal time, there would be customers eating. There was a lot of customer traffic. It was really profitable. If they bought it, they would get back their capital within a year. It was a 100% return on investment. Hence, they bought it. It was okay for the first 2 months. After that, the number of customers decreased day by day. The previous people opened shops in other places, and the business was still very good. The people who bought the shop did not understand. What was lacking? It was very simple. They lacked people. The previous shop service staff was of high quality. They were observant and did not let any customer feel uncomfortable. When the customers' children were eating, they were very happy. Whenever they wanted to eat something, they would come here. There were people to play with them. The waiters hired by the new boss were completely useless. When the customers asked for ice cubes and put it in the beer, they told the customers that there was no ice cubes and that there was cold beer. With just one answer, the customer was unhappy. Do you think I can't drink beer? So I melt it with ice and drink it as wine. Even if that's the case, you won't let me feel it. She's not coming after this meal. There's no ice. Why was there such a huge gap between the service staff? Their salaries were different. There was a difference of more than 2 times, and they had insurance and housing funds. The quality of the waiters in Heavenly World was high, so high that they knew several foreign languages. They also discussed poems and essays with the scholars. For someone like Shopkeeper Yu, who didn't have any literary talent, he was able to turn him into a scholar through conversation. Yu Huai drank happily and began to compose a poem. He started first. There was a manager from the Tang dynasty, Luwan or Xiaoyan, who was keeping an eye on him because of his identity, a waitress who served the dishes and a waiter who served the dishes. Suddenly, Yu Huai was in the mood for poetry. Earn a cow in an hour. The lobby manager, Luwan, had to connect it properly. Tsingung, sun and moon treading the 9 provinces. The waitress, who was serving the dishes, blinked her big eyes. The title of the champion would be passed down for 1,000 years. The waiter, who was standing outside and couldn't enter, said, "The incense will not be extinguished for 10,000 years." Someone would help to spread the word that the poem was written by Yu Huai, a scholar. Yu Huai promised to come back for dinner in 2 days with a large group of people. He could even book the whole place, provided that Heavenly World allowed others to book the whole place. The lobby manager, Luwan, stood beside Xinyan and also took a telescope to look. It must have cost a lot to set up such a big scene, right? The money earned by one's own ability can be spent however you want. Xinyan put in a good word for the monks and Taoists. How could she not allow others to use the money earned by others with hard work? Yes, earn money by one's own ability. Xiaoyan echoed and then couldn't help laughing. The others behind also laughed, and some shook their heads. It was too bad to say that the Buddhist temple was a place stinking of money. The originally otherworldly crowd was trampled underfoot by the word, earn money. It was also right to be down to earth and down to earth. If this word gets out, I'm afraid some people will be unhappy. A big shot from Sigong Fong said with a smile. Where would they come from? Everyone is studying, farming, building roads, and working. Another person from Sigong Fong added, now it's popular to worship temples, Mountain God Temple, Dragon King Temple, and so on. Most of the people in Hunan Province worship Locust Temple, hoping to send more locusts to raise chickens and pigs. There are more people planting vegetables in greenhouses this year. Luo River is easy to water in winter, and there's also Tang River. There are also more people. I wonder if the price of greenhouses will be lower or higher than in previous years. Lower. The greenhouses of the capital government will be transported by train. If the weather in Luoyang is not cold, it will be difficult to form thick ice. The capital government will need to send big ice cubes. I heard that the people of the capital government from various provinces have partnered with big businessmen to raise pigs. Will the pigs be transported before the new year? I know about pine nuts. The non-commissioned officer in the north went to the pine forest to pick them. The price is not bad, we can eat them. A group of women looked at the monks and Taoists who were pretending to be mysterious and making arrangements, discussing the people's livelihood. In the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi, who was resting for a while, was dealing with the basic problems of people eating. After he finished preparing a pile of seafood, he sat at the table and did not feel like eating anymore. Xiao, have you thought of an idea? Bai Gu saw Li Yi in a daze. He was holding a dog claw conch in his hand and was momentarily unable to eat it. No, I'm tired. I'm resting. Let's drink. Li Yi shook his head. He did not think much of the methods of the monks and Taoists. It was just a magic trick. He reckoned that the other party would not prepare a close-range magic trick. They wanted to play a large-scale magic trick, like flying in the sky. As Li Yi spoke, he drank a mouthful of cold beer and burped. He felt much better. Everyone, eat it while it's hot. The taste will be slightly worse when it's cold. Bai Gu sized up Li Yi and nodded. He dipped his beer in the oil and ate it. The others began eating at almost the same time. It was fine as long as Li Yi was fine. To them, if Li Yi returned to Zhuangzi, there was nothing to be afraid of even if the sky collapsed. I believe in Brother Yi. Brother Yi's cooking is so delicious. Monks and Taoists can't compare, let alone in other aspects. Li Longji used cooking as a comparison to prove that the people of Buddhism were too bad. His face was smiling, but he had already made up his mind. If Brother Yi did not do well in any aspect, he would arrest all the monks and Taoists in the competition. The reason was ready-made. The other party was playing tricks, and he went to watch. He would say that the other party used sorcery to harm him, and he was scared. Would that count? If he arrested them, then so be it. Who would dare to say anything? Would the people of the Tang dynasty care? Announce in the newspaper that good seeds were about to be planted in various parts of the Tang dynasty. The people would only think about when it was their turn. Would the local officials have something to say? Announce in the newspaper that they were prepared to increase their salaries next year. Would the aristocratic families take this opportunity to stir up trouble? Would the investors in Haizhou dare to do so? Their investment would be wasted. The rest would depend on whether his knife was sharp or not. Thoid brother knows me best. Thoid brother, after drinking, eating seafood noodles with garlic tastes better. As Li Yi spoke, he stretched out his chopsticks toward Li Longji's plate. When the chopsticks were above the plate, a clove of garlic appeared out of thin air and fell into the plate. Good, good, good. Garlic is good. Li Longji was slightly stunned and then nodded. Chapter 2061. Li Longji suddenly remembered that Brother Yi could use his lifespan to exchange for items. Who would dare to compete with him? All magic tricks required the item to be hidden somewhere. Brother Yi didn't need to hide at all. As for his lifespan, he knew that it could be recovered. Brother E, you must be careful. Don't lose your bottom line all of a sudden. Helping you is also helping myself. Li Longji reached out and picked up the clove of garlic. He passed it to the side and instructed, cut it into minced garlic. Everyone have a taste. Gao Lisha reached out with both hands. He also knew how precious this thing was. Normally, he would take things from the Li family Zhuangzi without hesitation. However, he didn't dare to let Li Yi exchange it for even a sesame seed. Xiaolon passed down the order. Wen Tianxiang Pavilion will send a crooked shovel to every household in Hunan Province who is planting greenhouses this year. In addition, give the blacksmiths in Hunan Province an order of 100 shovels. As for the rest, find the craftsmen from the Li family Zhuangzi to do the work and pay them. Li Lang, you must be tired from cooking. Eat a braised large scallop to nourish yourself. I'll open your mouth. Princess Yongmu instructed Xiaolon, who was sitting next to her. She picked up a large piece of scallop meat and placed it in front of Li Yi's mouth. Got it. Xiaolon stood up and found someone to make arrangements. It was good for the people's livelihood and replenished the lifespan of the garlic. Li Yi opened his mouth and ate the scallop meat. Delicious. Is braised scallop meat delicious? Li Longji asked. Princess Yongmu didn't say anything. She directly pushed the plate in front of Li Longji. Eat. Li Longji didn't know why, but he had the idea of making brother Yi conjure up a head of garlic. Empress Wang helped to pick up 2 pieces and push the plate back. When Tian is really filial to Sanlang, it doesn't matter even if you give me all your favorite food. Yes, yes. The chopsticks are too short to reach. Princess Yongmu reacted. It wasn't about the plate at all. This imperial father... Humph. Li Longji nodded. One is marked by the company one keeps. Since when Tian is with brother Yi, she won't be bad. It's nothing. It's just cooking a table full of dishes. Li Yi said, What's wrong? I cooked all the dishes. My future wife fed me a bite and you're being picky? Ha ha ha. Li Dan couldn't help but laugh loudly. This battle of words and schemes was simply too interesting. At this moment, both Bai Gu, who always looked forward, and Song Jing, who liked to find trouble with Li Yi, did not say anything. They lowered their heads and ate their food. Their family matters had nothing to do with him. However, the dishes were delicious. Eat more while they were still hot. Dongzhu, Fan Fan is calling. The team has returned. Heavy snow has resumed. The 5 new tribes have entered. They're close to 70,000 people, awaiting reinforcements. The small robot interrupted the family game and reported the contents of the telegram. It could suppress small matters, but it had to wake Li Yi up if it was a big matter. How heavy is the snow? Can't you just send a telegram properly? Third brother, why don't? Brother Yi quickly arrange it. Li Longji waved his hand. Why are you being so polite at this time? Hurry up. Order the Tang Dynasty Navy to send reinforcements. Prioritize the people. Don't worry about the goods. Li Yi ordered. Fan Fan was the first generation of winged knights. He was also one of the best. The team he was following was also of the same generation. The Li family's 5 farmhands, who could be sent out to take charge of an area, plus the Yulin flying cavalry, actually said that they were waiting for reinforcements. Of course, the winged knights themselves did not need reinforcements. They were unable to control the situation. If it were them, they would have already run back. Transfer the winged knights elsewhere? Li Longji waited for Li Yi to finish the arrangements before asking. It's too late. The navy docked on the other side is the fastest. Trust them. Li Yi shook his head lightly. Where to find the winged knights? Celestial Army? Henji Army? Luoyang. Even if his yacht took people out again, it would take at least 3 days to cross the Bohai Bay. The premise was that the system had to control the yacht, and the yacht could not hold too many people and goods. The Navy waited on the shore for those who had gone out to sea to look for seeds. They were familiar with the cold. Going out to sea was so difficult, but they actually dared to throw away a large amount of supplies. Courage, insight, willpower, and ability were all present. Let them go. If they really can't do it, they can just throw the things away and bring the person back. That would be enough. Fan, who had sent the telegram, was indeed in trouble. They were in a hurry, but in the end, with a whoosh, 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 a heavy snow fell. Originally, he was already prepared and was able to withstand it. Who would have thought that another 5 tribes would join together? When he went there, these 5 tribes didn't express any intention to join. The 5 clans were separated by dozens of miles. When they came back, they ran together and wanted to follow him to the Tang dynasty. Fan, Li Endong, and the others knew the reason, including Ajin and the other tribal leaders. Simple. When he went there, it wasn't snowing so heavily and the wind wasn't so strong. If the 5 tribes could live normally, why did they have to live in the Tang dynasty? The tribal leaders had a lot of power. Until the heavy snow that hadn't been seen in decades appeared, it was impossible to continue living normally. It was guaranteed that many people would die. At the critical moment, everyone chose the same method, huddling together for warmth. The 5 tribes gathered. After gathering, they found that it was still not possible. What should they do? It was no longer a matter of power. It involved life and death. It just so happened that the majority of the troops were on their way back. They had nothing left and were willing to go to the Tang dynasty. All of a sudden, there were more than 16,000 people. These people had very few horses, and their livestock were basically frozen to death. Their houses had collapsed, and there was a serious shortage of daily necessities. Even so, Fan, Li Endong, and the others were still not afraid, and took them away. Everyone had a plan and left enough room for advance and retreat. This was the strength of the power soldiers. In the face of unexpected situations, they were already prepared. Who would have thought that another heavy snow would fall? The elites of Fan's first generation of winged knights were paralyzed. How could they play like this? He couldn't abandon the people in the team. He had to ask for help. Asking for help in advance didn't mean that the team was going to die immediately. He could still hold on. When he couldn't hold on and called for help, everything would be too late. Find small ginseng, pluck off its whiskers and put it in the soup. In the current environment, continue to hunt. The animals also need to survive, so it's just right to kill them for meat. Don't take the dried mushrooms. Make a stew with them. Add more salt. You'll sweat a lot if you rush through the wind and snow. Dongzhu replied that the Navy will send reinforcements. Hold on. We'd rather slow down than push forward without worrying about fatigue. Fan received the instructions and told Li Endong and the others to find the other tribal leaders first and spread the word. Li Endong and the others quickly made arrangements. They didn't have time to complain about when it rains, it pours. They could only hold on. Fortunately, the people in the tribe were very obedient. They regarded the Tang dynasty's troops as their last resort. According to the rules, if you relied on other tribes, the other party had the right to ask your tribe to give up many old people. The Tang dynasty's army didn't ask to give up people. They only said to listen to the arrangements and not to cause trouble. After knowing that the Tang dynasty's troops had set off to receive them, the tribal leaders all obediently commanded their people to act. They put themselves in other people's shoes. If they were rescuing other tribes and the other party caused trouble, what would they do? They would definitely kill the other party and then absorb the other party's tribe. Chapter 2062. With the tribe as the main force, with the leader as the main force, with the tribe's old and wise men as the leaders, with the strong men as the backbone, with the strong women as the support, with the marching line as the outline, the main people are numbered. Listen to my command. Li Yi of the Li family Zhuangzi on Luoyang Mountain did not eat, only drinking, sitting in front of the computer and letting the little robot pass on the orders. The other side reported the number. He entered the number into the computer, made a list, and adjusted the movement at any time. The mouse flew, The keyboard shortcuts were pressed. Even Princess Yongmu, Xiaolan, the little girl, and her junior brother, who always operated the computer, had a headache just looking at it. Just like Li Yi, even if he was playing against an international team expert, others would not know what he was doing. Li Yi was being fed beer at this moment. He was in a state of excitement, and his EAPM was rising crazily. He looked at the table and the changing data set and sent it over through a telegram. Fan and the others operated 4 radio stations to receive it, and the other 4 transmitters were frantically replying. With this method, nearly 70,000 people were organized and mobilized in the wind and snow. The winged knights sent orders to the Southwest Barbarians, and the Southwest Barbarians sent messages to the designated people according to different areas and numbers. Li Yi operated, and small dots began to appear on the screen, the number increasing. His mouse moved slightly, and a small dot was selected. Then the data next to it flashed, and another small dot changed. At the scene in the northeast area, everyone was shouting commands, and the troops were moving, including those in charge of cooking, watching the children, fixing the tents, clearing the surrounding snow, watching the horses, feeding the horses. The people who were being commanded found their backbone, and a series of orders were issued. They did not have time to think about anything else, and just followed the orders. The camp of nearly 70,000 people was stabilized after 1 hour and 20 minutes. Fan grabbed a handful of snow and rubbed his face. He wanted to keep up with the rhythm and understand the reason for each of Dongzhu's orders, but he found that his head hurt and he could not do it alone. Guozi bent his knees and stayed behind Li Yi, his eyes looking at the screen, his hands rubbing his temples and the back of his neck. He did not bend his knees to kneel, but to keep his eyes parallel to the screen. However, he was already kneeling in his heart. What kind of command was this? What did those rows of numbers and symbols mean? How did the picture appear on the screen? The screen kept flashing. His eyes hurt, his head hurt, and he felt nauseous. Zaifu and the people in the group were also watching, but they immediately looked away after seeing the screen. Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan carefully fed Li Yi beer with a straw and placed it on both sides of Li Yi's mouth. As long as Li Yi moved slightly, he would be able to drink it. In their eyes, the Li Lang in front of them at this moment wasn't just handsome and dashing, but super godly. What he looked like was no longer important. Even if he had a pig's head, he would still look good. The prerequisite was that pigs could talk and not snort. Song Jing watched for 2 minutes, then used his thumbs to dig at his eyes and rub them. When he opened his eyes, his vision was blurry. He tried his best to move closer to Li Longji. Your Majesty, the monk who wants to discuss the scriptures with Dr. Li will probably fall sick tomorrow. This is a heaven-defying act and will be punished by the heavens. As Song Jing spoke, he used his hands to push up his chin from behind his ears. Generally, temporary tinnitus was treated this way. Li Yi's teaching was very effective. Sick. Li Longji didn't react for a moment, mainly because the person who spoke was Song Jing. Yao Chong also ran to the side and took a deep breath. Drank unclean water? Somewhere on the mountain there was a fire and the smoke drifted over? Li Longji understood this time. Song Jing wanted to use unconventional methods to deal with people. Brother, you didn't need to compete anymore. Guangping hasn't finished eating yet, right? Continue eating with me. Li Longji called Song Jing by his courtesy name. Your Majesty, the monk's current plan is not beneficial to the people. Dr. Li will use wine to guide his forefinger. The monk is selfish and can be kept or destroyed. Dr. Li's ambition for the people is indispensable. Although I am slow-witted and occasionally make mistakes, I hope that my name will be recorded in the annals of history. Song Jing was anxious, but at the same time he was frightened by Li Yi's actions. Oh! Li Longji nodded and looked at Yao Chong again. UNGU wants to tell the people to pay attention to hygiene, drink water, and don't casually put messy things in the furnace to burn. Zhang, drooling, answered rudely and glanced at Li Yi, who was busy with his work. Oh, "Where's Baigu?" Li Longji saw that Baigu was ready to speak and asked a question. Due to the matter of taxation from the time the Dharma and Tao were discussed, some people were busy using large amounts of manpower and material resources to set up a plan, wanting to pretend to fly into the heavens. Some people are busy with the people's lives. When they learned that the good people in their territory were seriously injured, they really flew over to save them. Some people gathered to dig holes, chisel rocks, and set up poles to pull the strings. Some people sent orders thousands of miles away to stabilize the people. Baigu followed suit. Today, he finally saw Li Yi's more powerful methods than when he was in Huazhou. The picture that appeared on the screen was a topographic map with grids and little dots flashing on the grid. The little robot said 1, 2, 3 for A, B, C, and so on. Was the picture made based on these things? Well, now that we have the general situation, it will be much easier to mobilize later. Li Yi's hand left the mouse and keyboard. He got up and wandered to the trash can, squatted down, and vomited. He drank too much wine, and his stomach was bloated. He was too busy just now and didn't notice it. Now he was a little dizzy. After vomiting, he wiped his sweat and sat in front of the screen again. He operated again, and the picture on the screen changed. There were a lot of grids and translucent graphics just now, but now they became animated pictures. There were mountains, snow, trees, people, tents, and wind blowing the snow. The picture could be enlarged and reduced, and the people there were busy. "Brother E, is it like this over there at the moment?" Li Longji saw for the first time that people and things could become alive by listening to data. The main dots represent key people. The colors of the dots are different for people with different jobs. They're moving, not necessarily prepared. It is only accurate within the scope of the work. The topography, the layout of the tents, and the direction of the wind are more than 92% similar to the actual situation. It's actually not difficult. First, add the coordinates through the data table, and then make a three-dimensional animation. Li Yi grabbed the mouse and moved it. He tapped the keyboard a few times, and the picture on the picture changed. It was like playing a game. Not difficult. Li Longji's apple moved. He swallowed his saliva and repeated the word, "not difficult," in a question. "Xiao Yi, there are tents on the slope and behind the slope. Why don't you move all the tents on the slope to the back of the slope?" Song Jing felt much better and was not so disgusted. He saw the wind blowing the snow to a slope. There were tents and simple wooden shacks at the top of the slope and at the lee of the wind. Look at the picture. Look carefully at the movements of the people on the slope. Li Yi didn't explain and told Song Jing to look at it himself. On the picture, a group of people were using simple tools to clear the snow and push it down the slope facing the wind. There were tents on the top of the slope, and there were simple triangular shacks made of wood on the lee of the slope. Chapter 2063. The audience soon understood that the wind carried the snow. There was no shelter on the slope, so the snow would fall down the slope. The tents on the slope helped to block a lot of the snow, and the leeward area was on fire. It was not a small slope, but many small slopes arranged in the same way. The horses were arranged separately. Can you fight a war? Although Su Yi was the minister of war, he had never commanded a war before. You can beat the enemy to a pulp. Guazi gave the answer. Why? Su Yi was puzzled. When the Tang dynasty is in a battle formation, we must place our troops in front of any dangerous place. We don't defend the dangerous place to avoid having no room to attack. When the enemy is near, the Tang dynasty will send troops to attack first. We can't defend the dangerous place. Only when the soldiers at the front lose, and by time for the allies behind, will we gather the remaining troops to defend the dangerous place. Li Longji explained the reason. The Tang dynasty's troops did not need to rely on dangerous places to stop the enemy. The Tang dynasty's troops were not afraid of fighting the enemy in any terrain. They should be afraid of the enemy who wanted to sneak up on them. When the mountain in the animation was changed to war, The troops would be stationed at the foot of the mountain facing the wind, and only a few people would be on the mountain. The mountain facing the wind could not be given to the enemy. The enemy could not even look for opportunities at the foot of the mountain because the Tang dynasty's troops would rush over. The dangerous place was to prevent the enemy from sneaking to the other side, and it could also reduce the enemy's escape route. Yes, the Tang dynasty's troops are so strong, Li Yi said with a proud expression. At least there was no problem now. The later period in history was over, just like the later period of the Song dynasty and the Ming dynasty. In the later period, old Li was muddle-headed. Look at the people arranged by the prime ministers. They were all useless, far inferior to Yao Chong and Song Jing. But it didn't matter. He was not muddle-headed. The world was so big, and there were many territories that had not been occupied yet. Let's have a war. The premise was that the Tang dynasty's internal stability and economic development could keep up. If old Li really could not do it, there was still the little fellow, who didn't want to be the emperor. I only provided a lot of money. Alas! Baigu pretentiously claimed credit. I am in charge of the Ministry of Revenue. This old man has trained craftsmen for the Li family, Zhuangzi. Yao Chong said shamelessly. He had indeed trained craftsmen before, but the purpose Song Jing brought up an old topic. Do monks and Taoists fall sick? It's the kind of disease that doesn't give birth to water and soil. What about gang ro? Zhang Juling agreed with Song Jing's idea. Looking at Li Yi's actions today and comparing them to the people of Buddhism and Taoism, they were dispensable. There was no need for them to stabilize the hearts of the people. Stabilizing the hearts of the people was very simple. A strong army, useful technology, ample finances, and easy-to-read newspapers. Simple, right? Gang Ro had done many things that were not simple. He alone controlled the military, economy, technology, propaganda, currency, medical care, education. Sick? Poison? Why? Li Yi understood. It was too easy for him to make others sick, even though he had never done it before. You're too busy and they're too free. If they fall sick, they'll say that they're being punished by God. The people will believe it. Lu Chong watched the animation for a while and told Li Yi the reason. Everyone was disgusted with the monks and Taoists who were setting up the scene. You haven't eaten much today, and you're busy bringing people back to the Tang dynasty. We'll use a lot of means, but you can do it. You're the one who sent people to save me when I was poisoned. Your medical skills can save people. You can also kill people. Don't deny it. No need. Li Yi shook his head and waved his hand. I'm waiting to make the people happy. The scene is grand. Hold it for 3 days, and everyone will watch it as entertainment. 3 days. I'm afraid it'll be a waste of money. Baigu set out from the point of view of the people. Do they want to eat and drink when they watch the show? Spend money. Advertise. Advertise for your Ministry of Revenue. Other businessmen will see their requirements. Those who sell snacks will push their carts over. Buddhism and I will subsidize them. We'll make up the profit and ask them to lower the price. If Buddhism and Taoism don't agree, I'll make up for it myself. Anyway, the people will vote for the winner. I'll pay more. If they're happy, they'll vote for me. Li Yi was still hoping to make some money, so he had nothing to do. Hard and soft. What if Buddhism and Taoism pay more? Zhang Juling thought. Money is good. It proves that they have a lot of incense. It's not a lot to collect 50% tax. Li Yi smiled. Zhang Juling was stuck. That's right. Li Yi had a lot of money, and the people had already accepted it. But the money of the temples was a problem. The people would think that they were cheated. In this way, the monks and Taoists could not take the money. Get me something to eat. I'll continue to make arrangements. It'll be fine when the snow stops. Li Yi was even hungrier after vomiting. He wanted to eat. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan brought a tray of dried fruits and beer. They fed Li Yi dried fruits. It was the most comfortable to eat and drink beer. Li Yi continued to communicate with the northeast region. From time to time, he asked about the situation, adjusted the data, gave orders, and made suggestions. The tribe in the snow had turned from panic to stability. The construction of the camp continued. Big branches were cut down from the trees next to them. They were arranged according to the shape and placed with other branches to form a small shack. The branches that were not suitable for building shacks were piled next to other shacks to block the wind. When the number of shacks and the number of piles of branches increased, the wind could not penetrate through. The shacks were not arranged at the spot under the stove. When it was cold, they would drink hot meat soup. The people guarding the fire would warm the fire and add firewood from time to time, regardless of whether it was wet or dry. When part of it was burned into charcoal, they would take it down and send it to the shack to warm it up. Anyway, the shack was ventilated and would not be poisoned. Ajin was the leader of the first tribe to join. He was used to listening to Li Endong and the others. He felt that the 5 of them were powerful. Later, he met the Wing Knights and found that the Wing Knights were also powerful. Many things that were difficult for him were easily handled by the Winged Knights. On the way back, they encountered a series of unexpected situations. The 5 of them were busy, and the Winged Knights seemed a little confused. He was already afraid. He was used to relying on others. If the person he relied on could not hold on, what would he do? At the critical moment, the person called Fan Fan discussed with Li Endong and the others and asked for help from Dongju. Ajin admitted that he felt that Li Yi was so far away that it was useless to look for him. In the end, he asked for help. The device that could be used to communicate from a long distance rang nonstop. Following that, the Winged Knights began to make arrangements. In less than 2 hours, the entire camp was arranged. At the very least, everyone knew who was doing what. When he looked at Li Endong and the Winged Knights again, he could not find the slightly panicked look from before. Is this Li Dongju's ability? What does he look like? Ajin stayed not far from the radio station and listened. He yearned for Luoyang more and more. He wanted to see Li Yi and ask how a person thousands of miles away could arrange things for others. In the past, Dezworong was inviolable in his heart. He was high and mighty because he was so powerful that he could gather countless tribes. Now, Dezworong did not seem to be anything special. When he faced the Li family Zhuangzi, his voice was gentle, and he always had a smile on his face. General Fan, how did Li Dongju command us? Jin finally could not help but ask the doubts in his heart. Chapter 2064. The fire in the brazier in the tent with electricity and transmitter crackled, and the flying cavalry of the Yulin forest listened and responded. Fan Fan was resting. He was tired and didn't want anyone to die on the way back. He was glad that the old man in the team who took the initiative to sell himself was still strong. Without heavy work, the old man was more efficient than the young man. When the branches were cut down, the old man handled them properly. The young man didn't know how to use that skill. At the same time, the old man was calmer than the young man and didn't panic when something happened. It was good that the old man was leading the young man. At this moment, he heard Ajin's question and smiled. Dongju's arithmetic is good. He can calculate it. What about the details? I don't understand if you only talk about arithmetic. Jean wanted to learn the details. Details? Oh, the details are that we measure the angle, distance, and draw a grid according to the method of making a map. Report the position, angle, and number to Dongju, and Dongju will use the data to map. After mapping, we will report the situation of everyone's leader. Whatever Dongju asks us, we will ask in your tribe. When the situation was reported, Dongju had a motionless map and moving character model. Through the model, Dongju can exchange data with us at any time. The angle and distance mapping needs a ruler, a straight line extension, projection comparison, triangles, and trapezoids. General Fan, don't say any more. I don't want to learn. When Fan Fan was patiently and seriously teaching, Jean stopped in time. He didn't want to know. The previous answer was better. Li Dongju's arithmetic is good. He can calculate it. You're also good at arithmetic. What I know is enough. Oh, it's actually not difficult. Fan Fan was a little regretful. Why was it so difficult to teach someone when it came to the calculation method? Old Fan, have you forgotten how you cried when you were dreaming at night? One of the winged knights next to him teased. When did I cry? I was afraid that the water in the sea of questions was too little, so I helped to replenish it. Fan Fan refused to admit it. General Fan, what kind of sea is the sea of questions? Jean was even more curious. There was a sea that scared General Fan to tears. Sea of questions? Oh, a sea of questions. The sea of questions was the sea of stars that one could look up at night. The sea of questions was the boundless sea of changing tides after the moon was full and waning. The sea of questions was filled with sweet memories and a slightly bitter sea of the heart. The sea of questions was the sea of homeland that you could never lose, even if you wandered for thousands of miles. The sea of questions, unforgettable. The sea of questions with dreams. The sea of questions could make people instantly feel like they were covered in snow in the hot desert. The sea of questions could make people standing on the peak of a mountain return to the low ground of a basin in an instant. The sea of questions was not about harm, it was about love. It was love. Love. Love is the existence after the flowers bloom and wither in 4 seasons. Love. Love the wandering time when looking back. Sigh. 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 Fan Fan's eyes were lifeless as he stared blankly at the flickering flame. In the end, he sighed 3 times. Jean, who was listening, did not have a dull look in his eyes. There was fear in his eyes, and he asked in a trembling voice, "When I get there, I won't be asked to enter the sea of questions, will I?" He was terrified of the sea of questions. What kind of existence was this? Could it turn the tenacious General Fan into a fool? There used to be someone in the clan who said the same thing. Later, one night, no one knew where he went and never came back. Perhaps you, the sea of questions? Fan Fan quickly recovered and looked at Jean in surprise. Yes. Jean thought that everyone had to experience the sea of questions. You think too much. No, don't worry. Dongzhu only asked us to do the sea of questions. If others want to learn, Li Dongzhu's assessment is very strict. Some knowledge is not suitable for outsiders. It's not easy to learn, it's too tiring. Fan Fan reached out and patted Jin's shoulder. Don't think blindly. Dongzhu can't teach you. Give up on this idea. Jin was not stupid. He understood that what Li Dongzhu taught was a skill called the Sea of Questions. After learning it, they would be able to easily organize many people to face difficulties, just like now. It turned out that the strength of the Winged Knights was not only about their strength and tenacity. They also had to learn the skills of scholars. When he faced the 200 Winged Knights on horseback, he felt like a mountain that could not be shaken. It was said that the emperor of the Tang dynasty had 30,000 Winged Knights. How powerful were they? He was silent, but the tent was always lively. People kept coming in to report information and then went out after receiving orders. Deleka, Brilo, and the others also entered the tent. They arranged their clansmen and came here to drink wine. Young Moagon also came in and looked for Fan Fan. Although he was young, he was the chief's grandson and the most outstanding one among the 3 generations. He had a duty and was responsible for taking care of the children in his tribe. Then he assigned the leader of the children under him. He was only responsible for supervision. I've done everything. Moagon stood beside Fan Fan and said. He now admired Fan Fan very much. Previously, he competed with Fan Fan in archery. They shot while standing. For several consecutive rounds, Fan Fan beat him in every round. At first, he thought it was just luck and that he could win if he worked hard. Later, he realized that this uncle was too powerful. Then he changed to horseback archery. He could shoot left and right. Fan Fan did not continue to tease him and showed his ability to eat. He seemed to be able to shoot arrows from any angle while on horseback. At the same time, he could control the speed of each arrow to be different. 6 or 7 arrows were shot at a time. They almost reached the same position at the same time. They could be shot at a point or cover an area. He showed young Mo Aegon the unity of man and horse, man and bow, or the unity of bow and horse. Mo Aegon was not depressed. Instead, he was more excited. A master. He was much stronger than the most powerful person in his tribe. He wanted to learn. So powerful. Hurry up and tell Dongju. Fan Fan said as he dug out a yellow mud lump from under the fire in the middle of the tent with a tactical saber. The saber moved to the side and knocked with the back of the saber. Soon, the fragrance of chicken wafted out. Fan Fan specially made beggar's chicken for the child, Mo Aegon. It was a pheasant. He did not have lotus leaves, so he directly used the yellow mud he dug out to wrap the pheasant with the internal organs and feathers. Now that he knocked it, the mud fell. The pheasant's feathers were stuck to the mud and fell together. In some places, the pheasant's skin also fell off. The pheasant was not a domestic chicken. It was very small, just like the fast-growing chicken that Li Yi used to sell in a few weeks. Eat it while it's hot. Don't burn it, Fan Fan said to Mo Aegon. I want to take it away. I can't eat it myself. I'll take it back with the children who arrange things for me. I'm their little leader. Mo Aegon swallowed a few times and shook his head. He did not want to eat it. He assigned some little leaders. He wanted to give the little leaders who did well to eat it as a reward. There are 2 more. You eat it first. They don't know. Fan Fan pointed to the other 2 positions with his saber. No one will tell. Mo Aegon looked at Ajin. Ajin was speechless. Don't eat it. If you eat it, I promise to tell the children in your tribe. Ajin was angry. I'm not from the same tribe as you. I'm an adult. How can I tell the children in your tribe? What do you think I am? Don't tell. I'll give you a drumstick. Mo Aegon did not panic and negotiated. Add a chicken wing. Ajin bargained. I'll give you both chicken wings. Your child has to eat it too. Mo Aegon nodded and agreed. Chapter 2065. Ajin got a whole chicken. He deliberately asked Fan Fan for it. When he saw Mo Aegon's appearance, he remembered that he had a son about the same age as Mo Aegon, whom he did not take much care of. At first, he was very smart. But 2 years ago, he fell ill and could no longer hear. Ajin, who wanted to train his child as the future leader of the tribe, had to give up. He could not let a deaf man be the leader. An abandoned child was like an abandoned old man. No one cared. He knew a little about Mo Aegon's performance today. He thought of his son again, so he brought back a whole chicken for his son. When they arrived at the Tang dynasty, life would be different. They would not have to give up on someone. The Tang dynasty was too powerful. In order to survive, their tribe had to give up some people and things. In order to bring them back, the Tang dynasty would give up everything else. If the warriors of their tribe fought with the army of the Tang dynasty, the morale of the tribe would be low. When people died in battle, their families would be taken care of, but it was hard to say how. The soldiers of the Tang dynasty died in battle. Seeing that Li Dongju valued them so much, their families would definitely live well. General Fan, are you afraid of death? Ajin wrapped the chicken in his clothes and suddenly asked Fan Fan, Who's not afraid of death? I'm afraid. I don't even dare to talk nonsense. Dongju won't let me. Fan Fan answered with a look that said, You're not a normal person. Then if you die, the army can win and you live. If the territory of the Tang dynasty is lost, will you run? Ajin asked again. Run. Where can I run to? Every inch of land is an inch of blood. Let my blood nourish this great land. Fan Fan shook his head slightly and smiled. He could not run. The premise was that he died, and the army won. If he ran, the territory would be lost. Would he not die if he ran? He would die anyway. It was better to die heroically. Unless the winged knights fought with the enemy and found an opportunity to run and save their strength. The winged knights could fight positional warfare, but there was no need for that. Have you thought about your family? Jean always asks some uncomfortable questions. You can't imagine the life my family is enjoying right now. It's my turn to post, Fan Fan said as he replaced one of his brothers and sat in front of the telegraph. Mo Aegon grabbed a drumstick and gnawed on it. He was young and knew that he needed to eat meat when he was growing up. He could have taken 2 of the chickens back and shared them with his brothers and given the other one to the other children as a reward. He chose to eat it himself. After he brought it back, his brothers would not be grateful to him, especially those who wanted to compete with him for power. When the weak gave gifts to the strong, they would never receive the other party's respect, nor would they be treated as equals. He wanted to eat half of the chicken and then take the remaining 1.5 to his friends. On the other side, the Li family Zhuangzi and Li Yi were also eating meat. However, he didn't eat meat. Instead, he ate fish, barbecued fish. Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan picked out the meat and didn't let any bones on it. They fed it to Li Yi with chopsticks. Princess Golden Immortal watched and said to Princess True Jade, "Sister, if you feed your Ron as well, I think he will be extremely grateful." Is he worthy? Li Yi is being served by Yuan Yuan because he is qualified. If Yuan Yuan wants to fly, he can fly with her. If I want to fly, Ron won't use a hot air balloon unless he pushes me off a cliff. He can continue building roads. He has experience. Life is so unfair. Brother Emperor calls Li Yi Brother Yi. Princess True Jade shook her head. She wasn't much older than Li Yi. She could choose any man in the world, and countless men younger than her were willing. Only Li Yi's attitude was very clear. He didn't like her. We have to eat more fish in the future. What's wrong with saying it's protein? Beef is fine. As Princess Golden Immortal spoke, she took out a Buddhist scripture translated by Li Yi. She glanced at it and threw it aside. It didn't talk about how to cultivate crop seeds. I'm not eating. Just 2 bites will do. I won't be able to drink if I eat too much, Li Yi said after eating another mouthful of fish. He was still listening to the situation and recording data. Li Lang, they're useful now. When the snow stops, the map will be useless. Xiao Lan fed Li Yi beer. This is the first time I used this method. In the future, there will be no computers. I will use manual labor to complete the map. It's not just for rescue. It will be more useful when the artillery comes out. Recently, I've been learning the principles of mathematical modeling and familiarizing myself with computers. After that, I'll combine the existing models and see if I can create a model that is more suitable for the current environment. Li Yi didn't care about the current situation. It had already stabilized and he was practicing. Some things couldn't be copied directly. He needed to familiarize himself with it while changing it. This learning process was very tiring, but he was willing. When he was done, he would bring the Winged Knights to play the new game. It was very interesting. Just thinking about it made him happy. Princess Yongmu ate a piece of fish. Li Lang, you really don't need to go over and set it up? No need. The ground and underground have less advantages compared to the air. Besides, they are arranging it. How can I operate it if I go over? Li Yi looked at the screen and pressed a series of shortcuts. He knew the monk and the Taoists' plan. They would bring a large group of people there. Then they would dig, set up poles, plant fake trees if he went over. There would definitely be some interaction. Why should he bury things in the place they dug? Well, he could bury 200 bags of explosives and detonate them when the time comes. We took half of the things. It won't be easy to manage it, right? We have a large piece of land. Our land is next to theirs. If we plant sweet potatoes, what will they do if they steal them? The sweet potato seedlings can crawl. If they crawl, we will reach their place. There's also the screw vegetables for making shrimp oil side dishes. Princess Yongmu was very skilled when talking about planting. She looked like an expert. We're not forcing them to die. Wouldn't it be better if we poison them to death? Their farming and management skills are too bad. Without the religion to fool people, they can't survive. What if they can't finish their crops when they increase production? In the past, 100 mu of land produced enough food for them to eat for 2 years. Now, 50 mu of land is enough for them to eat for 5 years. Obviously, they can't just leave the food there, right? They will find grain dealers to sell it. They will keep selling it. Li Yi talked about the temple's land problem. The temple was still lacking. There was a lot of land in the temple. They sold it secretly. Princess Yongmu nodded gently. That means they can provide more food for society. Whether they give it away or sell it, the food circulating in society is increasing. Princess Yongmu didn't criticize them for selling food secretly. She even hoped that they would raise more poultry and livestock to sell. She looked at it from a higher position. Gold could be preserved, but food couldn't. It's not just food. I asked them to raise bean worms. It's a branch of Buddhism. Some Buddhists eat meat, some don't kill, and some only eat sanjing meat. Actually, I despise those who eat sanjing meat the most. Either you eat it freely or don't eat it at all. Looking for a bunch of excuses just to eat it. Hypocrites. Li Yi despised eating meat. No matter how extravagant the words of those who ate sanjing meat were, they were just quibbling to defend themselves from eating meat. Chapter 2066. The wind and snow would eventually leave, just like the dark clouds couldn't cover the gradually rounding moon. In 5 days, it would be October 15th. It was now the end of November according to the Gregorian calendar. The people in the capital and the surrounding areas began to heat their Kong beds. They couldn't freeze to death before the new year. The Li family Zhuangzi in Baishui had already installed heating a month and a half ago. Not only did Zhuangzi have it, but the areas around Zhuangzi also had it. Needless to say, the buildings where the migrant workers lived by the river were also installed with heating pipes. They needed to pay for the heating. It could be money and calculated according to the size of the house. It could also be a lump of coal. It couldn't be a lump of coal or a shaken briquette. It was impossible to use a lump of coal to heat the boiler. The heating value per unit of time was not enough. A lump of coal needed money, but it was cheap. When people were free, they would go to the coal mines to buy it and bring it back. The number of coal washers increased. When people cooked in summer, they were more willing to use lump of coal and honeycomb coal. When it was winter, they would use lump of coal during the day. When it was night time, washed coal was used. The combustion effect of things made with coal was relatively poor. It was more likely to produce carbon monoxide and had a high sulfur content. The coal that was washed with water was the special coal for smelting that the Li family Zhuangzi requested. This coal was used to heat Kong beds at home. In the same weather, the survival rate was high. Even if people followed the method described in the newspaper, they wouldn't be suffocated to death by the coal smoke. There was no wind before going to bed. In the middle of the night, the air pressure changed. Even the stove on the Kong bed was burning. The night watchman looked at the sky and knocked on the door when he found that the smoke had fallen. He either put out the fire or left someone to guard the stove. Under normal circumstances, even if the fire stopped, there was no problem sleeping on the Kong bed. They covered themselves with blankets, and the heat was suppressed under the blankets. Compared to the capital, the nights in Hunan were not warm. The people would heat their Kong beds for 2 hours before going to bed. They didn't need to put out the fire. When the coal ran out, it would end. The temperature outside couldn't be changed. The house was warm, especially the Kong beds. There was no such treatment in the mountains. The hunters could only think of their own ways. Build 2 more ladders. This place is too dangerous and not easy to climb. The huts below can't withstand the collisions of bears, wild boars, and insects. The insects can climb trees, but they can't climb the soft rattan ladder or the rope ladder. Hang them up. Spreading out from Luoyang, hunters worked hard to build huts. It was winter now. Regardless of whether the river was frozen or not, the peak hunting season would not change. According to the laws of the Tang dynasty, in some areas, hunting was banned twice a year for a month each time. One was the 1-month mating period for most wild beasts, while the other was the 1-month lactating period for wild beasts. The hunters took the opportunity to rest before entering the mountain again. They had an extra rule. They wouldn't kill a suckling animal if they saw one, and they wouldn't kill an animal with a cub. But there were always novices who couldn't tell. Animals went out to look for food and went back to ask for milk. The novices would stupidly shoot an arrow, and then the prey would run away frantically. There were also cases where the prey bit off their own legs and ran away after being trapped. When they followed them, they discovered that they had died beside their children in order to feed their children. It was different from the army. The army would kill as soon as it appeared, regardless of the condition of the prey. Sometimes, hunters couldn't bear to do it. If they wanted to sell such prey, they had to deal with it in advance. Otherwise, the buyer would know at a glance that the price was extremely low. Even if you gave it to the buyer for free, the buyer wouldn't want it, especially those whose wives are pregnant. If you're a hunter with a beast that was killed while it was breastfeeding, I won't take you in. Stay away from me. Therefore, most novices needed a master to take care of them. If you made a mistake once, the entire area wouldn't take your things in the future. They would think that you were dirty. After taking your things in the day, the children at home would cry at night, and the elderly parents would feel uncomfortable. Who could bear this? Therefore, under Blindshire's guidance, many novices who could work followed him. They immediately built 2 additional ladders beside the fixed wooden ladders. One was a rope ladder, and the other was a ladder that only allowed one vine or rope to be lowered. The other rope wasn't easy to climb, so a foothold had to be chiseled out of the rock wall. Done. The cave here is especially good. It's enough to guard against snakes and insects. Blindshire waited for the others to finish their work and personally went up and down a few times. He was satisfied. The others began to transport things up. There was a cave above which was naturally formed. Other than reptiles and insects, other things couldn't go up. There was a pulley on top of a single rope, and a rattan basket was tied to the rope. If they were in a group and someone was injured and was surrounded by wild beasts, especially wolves, the others would go up and pull their companions up. The natural cave wasn't small. Everyone went up and looked at the spacious place with smiles on their faces. In this cave on the side of the cliff, they could store things and live there for 1.5 years without a problem. Yes, living, not survival. The cave was spacious, and there was an opening slanted upwards, like an air vent. Build a stove here. Put yellow mud below and use a grass stick to make a firewall. Weave a mat to cover the entrance of the cave. Put some realgar and golden beans to block the snakes. Scatter the ash thicker. Centipedes and other insects won't be willing to enter. This extended cave will be the bedroom, and this will be the kitchen. There's a hole above? Later, go up and take a look. We can't directly open it, or rain will enter. Dig a little here, and see if the matter of relieving oneself is solved. Get a few wooden buckets up and fill them with water. No need, there's water dripping. It's enough as long as it keeps dripping. There's no need to go down to get water. Hang 2 pots up. No, add a wok and a steamer, and a claw for making pancakes. Someone climbed up and began to observe the surroundings, thinking about the future. After he finished speaking, he looked at Old Man Sure and asked, President Sure, Chief Sure, what do you think? Good, but I still want to go home. There are so many dogs at home. I have to feed them. Blind Sure admitted that the other party was right. It was indeed not bad. However, this place was more than 40 li away from Loyang. A hunter's hut, a place to rest, and a cave were more comfortable than my home. I am living in the Li family Zhuangzi now. When Li Dongzhu returns to Chang, and I'll go back to my home there. Why should I live in a cave when I have a home? I'm saying that it's a base camp. Isn't it interesting? The hunter who is talented in spatial arrangements emphasized the importance of this cave. It was a good place. After he finished speaking, he looked at Old Man Sure, waiting for him to praise him. Whose child is this? Bring him back and teach him well. What a mess. It's easy to die in the mountains. Old Man Sure reacted. Whose child was this? He thought that he joined my team because he was young and capable. Did I say something wrong? Which arrangement is not good enough? This person was competing. He was not wrong. Look, how good the arrangement was. They're both at the same age. Compared to Li Dongzhu, the difference is like heaven and earth. Li Dongzhu would never say this to me. Old Man sure did not want to say anything. After saying this, he slid down the rope. Old Guang, don't you understand the situation in the mountains? As the vice president, I have to explain to Li Dongzhu about the person you brought. Fang Taozheng was unhappy. We're here to build a hunter's hut, not to play with children. Chapter 2067. Alas! The man called Old Guang by Fang Taozheng's side. He spoke to the young man he brought and the other young men at the same time. If there are more hunters, there will be more hounds, and the beasts will stay away. At that time, what's the use of having a base camp? A good place will waste a lot of manpower and resources. It will be a waste. Moreover, once people are greedy for stability and enjoyment, they will be less vigilant and easily die in the mountains. Fang Taozheng said from the side, Hunters hunting in the mountains is almost like fighting a war. If you put a bed for yourself, you will sleep like a log. If you really encounter a situation, you won't be able to react. Can't we put a bed here? Another young hunter pointed to the spacious interior of the cave. Put straw mats and barricades in the cave. Before people come in, shout or throw stones. After they come in, put the barricades straight to prevent leopards and other agile, carnivorous beasts from coming up. Owls and other animals that can fly are not afraid. They don't eat people. Although Old Manshur was angry, he still had to talk about relevant matters to teach the young people. Some people in the team carried tools on their backs and made them on the spot. After that, they would leave a set of tools in the hunter's hut in the cave. The iron tools were marked with the serial number of the Li family Zhuangzi craftsmen. It was not to pursue the responsibility of the craftsmen if the tools were broken one day, but to prevent others from secretly taking them home. Hunters would not take them. What if someone was bored and went to the hunter's hut to play and took them away? There was no need to worry about the things in the hunter's hut. Anyone could eat and use them, including the woodcutter who went up the mountain to cut firewood. There was only one requirement. What was used and what was eaten must be reported to the government according to the serial number of the hut after going down the mountain so that everyone could replenish it. Otherwise, if you ate it all and didn't say anything, others would find nothing when they hid in the hut at a critical moment. That would be terrible. After dealing with the cave, the group continued to go to the location of the hunter's hut that they had discussed. The young man who wanted to enjoy himself in the cave just now followed at the back. It was impossible to let him leave. He would die in the mountain, alone. After another place was set up, the sky darkened. Everyone ate something and rushed back with torches. The newbies who were brought to learn by their master couldn't bear it. They were tired for a day and didn't rest at night. They thought they would be able to eat barbecue, but they only ate dried rice soaked in boiling water and glutinous rice. Oh, there were also hard, sun-dried, pickled vegetable lumps. This wasn't the treatment they received when they first arrived. Let's hurry up and get to the hunter's cabin tomorrow morning. We can drink some hot water there. Old Man sure acted as if he didn't know what the young man was thinking. The moment he opened his mouth, he told him to wait until the next morning. The village at the foot of the mountain is just a short walk from the hunter's hut, someone muttered. That works too. We can rest in the village. Old Man sure readily agreed. The other youngsters glared at this youngster. You talk too much. Fortunately, there was no rain at night, but the sky was very cloudy and the stars and moon could not be seen. The weather in Luoyang was no longer warm. When the wind blew, the people who were sobbing unconsciously shivered. The other hunters did not have much of a reaction. They knew that Blind Shur was purposely trying to train the youngsters and teach them a lesson. He didn't do this when he came because he was afraid that the youngsters wouldn't be able to hold on. If they persisted on the return journey, they would arrive at the Li family Zhuangzi in 20 hours at most. Even if he fell sick from exhaustion during the journey, the Li family Zhuangzi would be able to treat him. The apprentices should feel the state of their bodies when they were continuously running or chasing prey. Don't think that you can relax just because you have a hunter's hut. The hunter's hut was used for resting, not to make you give up on chasing prey. Hunters went up the mountain to hunt and earn money to support their families. At this time there were many people and dogs, so there was no need to worry about danger. Any large animals that came out could only avoid people. Was the tiger's sense of territory strong? If they encountered them, they would choose to endure. Don't worry, they will leave soon. They don't dare to stay in my territory for long. At dawn, everyone finally saw the hunter's hut. Then they passed through the door of their home and went to the village more than 10 li away. There were villagers in the group. They were woodcutters, hunters, and farmers. There were a total of 3 families, and 2 people from each family went up the mountain. Usually they would collect firewood in the winter and transport it to Luoyang to sell to the people in the city. If they did not sell it in the village, wouldn't the other villagers get some firewood from the mountain? Old Guan, are you still selling firewood this year? Old Guang asked the oldest third of the village, who was a hunter. Of course. With more coal, the firewood is more valuable. With more people coming from outside, the firewood will sell well this year. A smile appeared on Old Guan's wrinkled face. With the money from selling firewood, the village bought 6 more cows. Burning coal required both soft and hard firewood. They couldn't just use a fire sickle to light the coal, right? In winter, more firewood was burned to keep warm. After dinner, it was safer to burn firewood to keep the Kong warm. Last year, the firewood sold well. Everyone liked the Kong, which was warm. People who did not cook usually did not light fires, but in winter, they needed a fire. However, there was less firewood for the greenhouse, so it was more cost-effective for them to burn coal. With the money they earned from selling things to Luoyang, the villagers discussed and gathered the money to buy 6 more cows. This winter, many villagers went up the mountain to find firewood. The good trees nearby could not be cut down. After cutting them down, there would be mudslides or landslides. With the hunter's hut, it was convenient for the people to keep warm in the winter. They brought their own things up the mountain and did not eat the food in the hut. Old Guan was happy that the days were good. My father always said that Hunan was the best Hunan this winter because His Majesty and Li Dongzhu were there. Old Guan's son, Zhongguan, spoke. He mentioned His Majesty and Li Yi. He could not be Xiaoguan because he had a son. His Majesty's breakfast must be golden, right? Another young man in the village guessed. Old Sher looked at him and said, "You guessed right. His Majesty might have millet porridge in the morning." What? His Majesty eats millet porridge? The young man was a little confused. Of course. Let's go to your village and see what kind of porridge they have. Old Sher smiled. This morning he had millet porridge and pie. What about you, Xiao Yi? In the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi did not sleep much. He got up occasionally to check on the situation. He went to bed at 4 in the morning and got up to eat. At 4 in the morning, the snow stopped in Fan Fan's village and the wind became weak. Everyone was relieved. I'll have some soup. Spicy soup with more dry ingredients. I won't eat anything else. I'll go back to sleep after a bowl of soup. Li Yi only washed his face and brushed his teeth. He did not take a shower because he was sleepy. I'll eat the same thing as Brother Yi. 1 bowl is the same, 2 bowls are the same. Li Longji did not drink the porridge as Old Sher said, but he took an extra meat bun. Princess Yongmu nodded, expressing the same. Xiao Lan grabbed a robot in front of her and said, "Contact the canteen and make half a pot of spicy soup with more dry ingredients." "Okay," the robot replied. Chapter 2068. Xiao Yi, did you hide the recipe for making the pies in Zhuangzi from this old man? This old man brought it back to my family. Why does it taste different? Old Bai took a bite of the pie. It was fragrant, He said that Li Yi hid it. Li Yi gave them some of the secret recipes for cooking, but he didn't give any special ones. It was the same recipe, but he asked why the taste was so different. Oh! Li Yi bowed his head and drank the soup with his chopsticks. There was indeed a lot of dry ingredients inside, more than stew. What are you hiding? Bai Gu took another bite of the pie. Oh, no. Li Yi sped up. Look at the filling inside. It's also meat filling, and there's a lot of lean meat. It's not suitable to eat fatty meat at home. What's the difference? Bai Gu opened the pie with his chopsticks, looking like he wanted to explore. Li Yi stopped and reached out with his chopsticks to pick up a pie from the pie plate in front of Bai Gu. He took a small bite, blew, and took a big bite, chewing and watching. He chewed and drank the soup, took another bite, and continued to observe. Rabbit meat. Today's pie is not pork. Li Yi tasted it. The rabbit meat was stuffed with celery. The celery was chopped and not ground. Is that so? This old man will let them follow. Bai Gu said he understood. So that's how it is. Li Yi ate the pie with the spicy soup. He couldn't throw it away. He looked for water to rinse his mouth and went back to sleep. Long Zhe, your family still cooks in Zhuangzi? Some of Yao Chang's family came to eat Zhuangzi. Xiao Yi said that we should eat some carbohydrates in the morning, which is rice and noodles. I saw that he didn't want it, so I said so. How can the same recipe not make the same flavor pie? Bai Gu said as he picked up another pie. He was going to eat 2 and deliberately brought 3. How cunning! Xiao Lan couldn't help but mutter as she quickly covered her mouth. Little girl, eat your food. Bai Gu glared at her. Xiao Lan covered her mouth and nodded. Don't look at me, I'll eat it. The people in the north are too slow. We have to wait to eat fresh pine nuts. Bai Gu turned around and talked about the dried fruits. He was in a good mood since he had achieved his goal. Li Yi said that he should eat carbohydrates. He thought of a way to ask Li Yi to eat a pie while he was still in a daze. Noble consort Lu looked at Bai Gu with admiration. This Bai Zaifu was good. It would be better if he didn't always look for Xiao Yi to scheme for money. It's already the last return. From the Heaven Soldier Army and Henji Army, there will be a large amount of pine nuts. The little robot seemed to have a good impression of Bai Gu. After Bai Gu finished speaking, it replied. There was a telegram from Jianggang. The weather was getting colder, and everyone was homesick after earning money. If they continued to head north and encountered special circumstances, it would be a military taboo if the supply line was too long. It was like the enemy was luring the enemy in. If they couldn't rush in, they had to be steady and take advantage of the situation to go home. What about the pine nuts from the later Turks? They don't have any left, right? Bai Gu had another problem. Pine nuts meant tax. I don't know. The telegram only said transportation and didn't say much. The little robot's voice was cute. The pine nuts didn't come back. Song Jing was worried. The little robot turned around and returned to Princess Yongmu's side, expressing its attitude through action. The pine nuts are all in the Heaven Soldier Army? It's cold there. Zhang Jiling also wanted to eat pine nuts. He wanted to send some back to his hometown. Of course, he was the Prime Minister. At first, he didn't dare to treat his hometown too well for fear that others would gossip. Now he understood. If the Prime Minister didn't treat his hometown well, how could he treat the people of the Tang dynasty well? Besides, he didn't want the pine nuts. He bought them. He saved up all his salary and bought a batch of them. It's too damp. Wang Han asked the people to help dry them. He wants to follow us to Luoyang and become an official tomorrow. The damp pine nuts are piled up all the way here. Some of them might mold. The people can help dry them and get some money to subsidize the family. The little robot explained the situation. The pine nuts were all in slow dehydration. It was too damp. During the transportation process, it didn't look like a problem from the outside, but the inside was easy to mold because of the high temperature after piling up. The pine nuts couldn't be frozen because they contained moisture. They would melt after freezing, and the taste would be much worse unless they were cooked. Wang Han. Princess Yongmu looked up. She had heard from Li Yi that this person liked to write frontier poems. Most importantly, Wang Han also smuggled. He had a jinshi degree, but he didn't become an official. He guarded his family's business and made friends with a group of people. Even Zhang Zhezhen had to be polite in the past. Wang Han's family was too powerful in the local area. It's just a jinshi, the little robot said indifferently. Jinshi didn't represent the first place, much less the first place. The Li family Zhuangzi lacked other things, but they didn't lack jinshi. Next year, Steward Song still wanted to take the exam and get first place in the first place. With his thoughts of taking the imperial exam, he could be a steward in Zhuangzi in the future. Being an official was boring. If you had the ability to take the imperial exam, you could take the special grade. After that, the highest official given was a secondary class rank 6, like Guazi. Most importantly, Songda didn't receive secondary class rank 6 officials. Only secondary class rank 5 and above could. Let's put it this way. Officials who weren't qualified to participate in the court meeting weren't qualified to discuss matters with Songda. Their ranks were too low. The assistant ministers had to greet each other when they saw Songda. The Zaifu couldn't order Songda to do anything. If the Zaifu could meet Li Longji alone, Songda wouldn't have a problem either. However, he wouldn't look for Li Longji. He had something to say to Dongzhu. It's not easy to pass the jinshi exam. Does your family Dongzhu have a jinshi? Princess Yongmu raised her chin slightly. No, he doesn't. The little robot sounded wronged. Dongzhu is busy teaching jinshi all day. He wasted his time studying and couldn't pass the jinshi exam. He's delayed. Ha 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 ha, Li Dan laughed. The little robot was too funny. It was showing off seriously. Wang Han, who was being discussed by everyone, happened to be eating breakfast. He sneezed a few times and drank the mutton soup. It was probably stimulated by the pepper. I left after a month. When I reached Luoyang, it would be the 12th lunar month. I don't think it's enough to just write essays. Recently, I've been thinking about writing about the people of Luoyang. Does anyone have a good plan? I'll write it all down and present it to His Majesty. Wang Han wanted to be an official. Now that the world was peaceful, smuggling wasn't easy anymore. After the Turks were chased to Shanghai, the other tribes joined the Tang dynasty. Who would they smuggle with? Could it be that they went further north? That wasn't called smuggling. It was called normal trade. Send a batch of goods over, exchange them for sheep and rush back? If they exchanged for 100 sheep, would there be one left alive when they rushed back? There weren't many sheepskins to exchange. Currently, the people in the capital and the surrounding areas were rearing rabbits. As the number of rabbit skins increased, sheepskins became less valuable. Unless there were a large number of horses and camels. Exchanging them once could increase the number of animals for the Tang dynasty. Ziyu wants to propose a plan for the people's livelihood? Zhang Zhezhen lowered her head and pondered. After a few breaths, she said, There are good plans. However, if we don't write about the people's livelihood, Li Yi is in Luoyang. I'm afraid it'll be difficult if you want to help. Chapter 2069. The mutton that was eaten with grass had a strong smell, so the heavenly soldiers drank it in full swing. They didn't have that much pepper, so they put chili oil and pepper noodles in the mutton soup. They blew on it and drank 2 mouthfuls, sweating all over. It seemed like winter was no longer cold. The commoners who came to bring pine nuts home to dry brought their own rations. They drove the carriages all the way to the relay station and asked for free soup. When they saw the soldiers drinking mutton soup, they happily took out the wooden bowls they carried with them and put more mutton oil. There were all kinds of rations, such as dry pancakes, cornbread with rhubarb, fried rice, fried noodles, and black bread. Then they ate the heavenly soldiers' prawn oil side dishes, fermented bean curd, and sweet garlic. When they came, they brought fodder on the carriages, enough for the animals to eat. They also brought their own chickens to lend to the heavenly soldiers. The heavenly soldiers were in charge of raising the chickens. The eggs they laid were eaten by the soldiers. When the new year or spring came, they would make air-dried chickens. The commoners would then bring them back. Many of the rations that the army ate had shells and needed to be shelled themselves. There were many husks of rice and wheat which were suitable for raising pigs and chickens. Making air-dried chickens required seasoning. Salt alone wasn't good. The commoners bought seasonings that were expensive. They couldn't bear to spend money on chili powder. As long as the heavenly soldiers didn't sell it, the Li family Zhuangzi would provide it. With the addition of 5-spice powder, the commoners didn't buy it. The soldiers had eggs to eat. When the chickens were killed, the blood and innards belonged to the soldiers. The commoners got air-dried chickens, saving time and seasoning. To reduce the burden on the heavenly soldiers, the commoners brought chickens of similar sizes. When the time came, whoever took as many chickens would bring back the corresponding number. Otherwise, if the chickens were big or small, would they have to number them? Songda came up with the idea. He gave the soldiers things, but it wasn't convenient to give them eggs. Eating eggs every day was good for the body. He used seasoning to exchange with the commoners. The soldiers had to work harder, feeding the chickens and making air-dried chickens. Wang Han and the others each had a boiled and peeled egg in their mutton soup bowls. As a general, they had to keep up with the nutrition. Wang Han used a spoon to stir the egg in the soup bowl. After many days of thinking, I have a new idea that can benefit the commoners of Hunan province. Li Yi didn't think of it. Oh, Zhang Jiyun was interested. Ziyu, tell me. Guan Yujin, who was in charge of the telegram, raised her eyebrows. She was not in a hurry to drink the mutton soup. This method is actually quite simple. It's just that most people have never thought of it before. Wang Han looked at them. He continued, take advantage of the fact that the ground hasn't been frozen yet. Find a wasteland outside Luoyang and build a cellar. Store the autumn vegetables in the cellar. The commoners can prepare more vegetables for the winter, such as cabbages, radishes, and onions. When needed, they can go to the cellar and take out vegetables for half a month at a time. Build a cellar for every white household. It should be enough. Wang Han said his idea and then looked at the others. Zhang Jiyun and Zhang Jiajin nodded slightly, thinking that it made sense. Guan Yujin's eyes widened as she looked at Wang Han in astonishment. Brother Guan, there's no need to be like this. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Looking at Guan Yujin's expression, Wang Han smiled and waved his hand. No, it's not. That, Brother Ziyu. Luoyang Palace's winter is not that cold. On the north bank of the Yellow River, which also belonged to Hunan Prefecture, 100 households dug their own vegetable cellar. The top of the cellar was covered with wooden shelves and straw mats, and the top was covered with soil. If you dig a large vegetable cellar, how would the top be covered? Would you use the wood from the roof beams? What would happen if the commoners went in and out and took other people's vegetables? You have to coordinate with the commoners to take them out on the same day. Otherwise, if you open the cellar a few times a day, the vegetables inside would be gone. Guan Yujin was helpless. My family's Dongzhu never thought of this. They didn't dare to think of it. It would cause the commoners to die. Ah, is that so? Wang Han looked at Zhang Jiajin and Zhang Jiyun. The two nodded again. Yes, there was nothing wrong with it. Did you think it was an ice cellar? It was used to take out ice in summer. How would the 100 households store their vegetables? Would there be a path? People would go in and out, and you wouldn't know who stole it. Ice cellars were different. They would take out the ice from the outside. How would the Li family Zhuangzi's vegetables be stored in winter? Don't tell me it's a greenhouse for cabbages. Wang Han thought of another situation. The Li family Zhuangzi was big. Zhuangzi has a large vegetable cellar. It's a fixed cellar. It doesn't use wood and it's dug deeper. It's used every year. Under normal circumstances, the vegetables stored in a fixed cellar are enough for Zhuangzi to eat for 10 days. The next 10 days, they will change to another cellar. Some sellers store one thing and take it out gradually from the outside. Guan Yujin introduced the Li family Zhuangzi's vegetable cellar. It was big and not dug out. It could be used for a long time. Oh, so that's how it is. I have another plan. It's also for the benefit of the commoners. It's warm in Luoyang during winter. We can dig a pond and catch fish in the river. It's convenient to catch them during winter. Brother Guan, can you send a telegram for me? Even if it's not appropriate, I will know the reason. Wang Han thought of another plan. He wanted to take this opportunity to tell Li Yi. He couldn't go empty-handed. Writing essays was not a problem, but he had to come up with a plan. Guan Yujin hesitated for a moment and nodded. Okay, after eating, Brother Ziyu can organize the message. I will send it. He agreed to give the other party face. The other party had power in the area. When the commoners came to sell the pine nuts home to make money, it was Wang Han who pulled the strings. Whether the plan was good or not, it had nothing to do with him. It was just sending a telegram. There's no hurry. I will perfect it in the afternoon. Wang Han was overjoyed. He ate the egg and planned to come up with a flawless plan. At noon, there was a light drizzle in Henan Prefecture. The rain at this time was unbearable. The weather was already more than 10 degrees Celsius. When it rained, it became wet and cold. Fortunately, the pots used to make free soup were prepared. They added ginger to the soup to dispel the cold. There was a lot of ginger this year. The province next to the capital government planted a lot of ginger. They added extra fertilizer and kept all the mother ginger. They raised it well and planted it again next year. 3 years of mother ginger. A small portion was sent to the Li family Zhuangzi as medicine. The Li family Zhuangzi had 5 years of mother ginger. They couldn't bear to eat it and kept more each year. It wasn't only the crops. Zhuangzi kept all the steel ingots and thick steel plates. They were placed there and not used. The steel ingots would slowly release stress and be used in key parts in the future. They were usually used to make lathes. The Russians used to have a lot of them. After a few years, Li Yi's country took away a lot of them. Things that were accumulated over time were sometimes more precious than old wine. It will be colder after the rain, right? Princess Yongmu sat by the window of the cafeteria and looked at the drizzle outside. I guarantee it will snow. Then we will sell roasted sweet potatoes. Li Yi understood. Princess Yongmu had always wanted to sell roasted sweet potatoes. She heard that the things sold at Tranquil Orchid Pavilion were not down to earth. Roasted sweet potatoes didn't seem to be popular either. Could ordinary people afford to buy roasted sweet potatoes? Did the sweet potatoes want to lose face? Xiao Yi, why don't you seal the pond in Zhuangzi at the foot of the mountain? It will be easier to catch fish in winter. Bai Gu said the same thing as Wang Han. He just thought of it casually. The pond is too small. It has to be a lake. Otherwise, you will have to feed the fish. It will cost more. Li Yi waved his hand and refused. Are you stupid? Catch fish from the river and raise them in a small pond in winter? Do you think those are ornamental fish? Chapter 2070. Li Yi spoke tactfully, but Bai Gu could see the contempt in his words. You also have a pond in Zhuangzi, but it's sealed. Bai Gu mentioned Zhuangzi. There are eels and loaches in there. If I don't seal it, they will all run away. There's also a large forest behind it for raising forest frogs. Oh, there's also a pond for forest frogs. When did I raise living carp or grass carp? In winter, when the water freezes, there will still be fish in there. Li Yi continued to despise him. Did you forget that I made blood eels for you to eat when you wanted to nourish your body? Why don't you raise loaches and eels in your pond now? Bai Gu asked. The Yellow River is being repaired. Do you know how many loaches and eels are being cleaned every day? I'll buy a lot of them. Li Yi was still despising him. Can't you think about the problem more realistically? It's getting cold. Xiao The eels you made last year were not bad. Can we eat them at night? Bai Gu changed the topic instantly. I'll make eel porridge for you tomorrow morning. It's not suitable to eat blood eels at night. Li Yi did not chase after him. He knew when to stop. Bai Gu nodded. Okay. I'll listen to you, Xiao Yi. Since there are eels and loaches, there should be a lot of river snails and clams, right? Yes, I'll take them all. I'm afraid that the people won't cook them properly and will eat live parasites. Although it's written in the newspapers, when the quantity is large, there will always be people who want to save time in winter. But they're also worried that they won't be tender enough and will eat them. After I process them, I'll sell them to the people cheaply. After deducting the labor cost, purchase cost, and transportation cost, there won't be much profit. Then, I'll leave the shells and add them as feed. This is a little profitable. Li Yi knew that there must be parasites in the river. Every river clam had them. There were also small river snails. It depends on how you make them. When you eat them, you'll eat them with the dead parasites. Bai Gu nodded again. That's good. The spicy fried snails taste pretty good. Let's eat at noon tomorrow. Li Yi agreed. He saw Princess Yongmu's eyes light up. If she wants to eat, then let's cook. Dr. Li, bring one for my master. Princess Jingxian was talking to Li Yi at the table next to him. Heavenly mastery. Li Yi was slightly stunned as he recalled who Princess Jingxian's master was. It was Yi Fashion. What was Yi Fashion doing now? It had been a long time since they last met. Master and Venerable Kindness led the monks and Taoists of the capital government to do farm work in the greenhouse. They did not walk together with the Buddhists of Luoyang Palace and Mount Song. Princess Jingxian pouted unhappily and told him what her master was doing. Master ran to the greenhouse to plant vegetables, bringing a large group of people, including the fearless mage. Oh, the capital's tax is collected normally. 1 out of 10 taxes. I don't want half of their assets. Li Yi understood again. He was an expert. He went to work and protected the capital government. It was just that the fearless mage's idea was not good. He should be conferred the title of national preceptor of the Tang dynasty and be a sect master. In history, he was the only one who could translate some sutras. He was naturally the sect master. Unfortunately, he had translated many sutras. He was not the only one who could do it. As for the national preceptor, Li Longji attached great importance to the prince's apprenticeship. There was no national preceptor now. Was the national preceptor more powerful than him? The prince was raised in Zhuangzi. He would teach him when he was free, especially the little guy. The older he was, the more mischievous and active he was. No, the older he was, the more lively and clever he was. Princess Jingxian rolled her eyes at Li Yi. That's a matter for the future. Songda, make the arrangements. Li Yi had to give face to Princess Jingxian. He also had to give face to Yi Fashion and the fearless mage. The two of them were very cooperative in terms of publicity. For example, the capital government did not participate when the local monks and Taoists in Hunan were stirring up trouble. Yi Fashion had the title of duke. Shan Wuwei had formed a sect on his own. Back then, he had talked to the two of them alone. He had helped Yi Fashion promote Taoism and printed sutras for Shan Wuwei. Now that they had expressed their stance and stood on the same side, he had to give them positive feedback. Songda was not beside them. The little robot passed the message. It contacted its brothers to find Songda's location and explain the situation. Li Lang, let's go to the greenhouse to take a look after dinner? Princess Yongmu was sensible and suggested to get in touch. Okay, Li Yi immediately agreed. Princess Jingxian was very happy. Her identity as a princess was still useful. After dinner, the group of people went to the greenhouse. There was a specific location. Li family Zhuangzi had many greenhouses. Other people's greenhouses competed for seasons, but Zhuangzi's greenhouses formed an echelon. They guaranteed a fresh supply of vegetables every day. Cucumbers were available every day for 365 days. just like Li Yi's time. There were also cabbages, chrysanthemums, chives, eggplants, radishes, coriander. As for garlic stalks, garlic sprouts, and garlic yellow, there was even green garlic every day. It was even better than Li Yi's time. When they found Shan Wuwei and the others, they had just finished eating. They took their own food and ate it themselves. There was no leftover food on their plates. They knew the rules of Li family Zhuangzi. They could eat as much as they wanted, but there was no leftover food. In history, Li Longji looked outside the wall and found a guard who did not finish eating. He threw away the leftover food and wanted to kill him. Li Qingqi stopped him and told his brother that saving food was to save people and not let them starve to death. Now that you kill people, are you doing it for people or for food? The person did not starve to death. He threw away food because he could not eat and was killed by you. Li Longji let the guard go and did not kill you. Li Yi knew about this situation. He thought that the two of them were acting. Originally, Li Longji did not want to kill them. But with Li Qingqi's help, who would dare to throw away food in the future, the monks and Taoists of the capital office were not afraid of being killed. They saw how others ate, so it didn't seem right for them to throw away food. It was not like they were restricted from eating. They could eat as much as they wanted, and it was free. Greetings to retired emperor. Greetings to noble consort Lu. Greetings to His Majesty. Greetings to the Empress. Greetings to King Song. Greetings to Princess Yongmu. Yi Fashion took the lead and started to greet the 6 people. Princess Yongmu's mother had become an imperial concubine. Normally speaking, Li Qingqi and the others did not have to greet them. But there were other kings, so they just had to greet them. They were given extra treatment because King Song was in charge of the Tang dynasty's Chao Tian Fund. The Tang dynasty's Chao Tian Fund was initially set up to provide convenience for children. That Chao Tian Fund was the Chao Tian Fund for the children of the Tang dynasty. Later on, when they were in charge of more things, they no longer only provided scholarships, books, study materials, school uniforms, food, entertainment. Thank you, my young friend, for ordering people to send delicious food over. Yi Fashion spoke to Li Yi without hiding the fact that he loved to eat good food. There will be food tonight, too. I almost forgot about everyone. Li Yi smiled and clasped his hands. It's good that you forgot. I'm afraid of being remembered. Shan Wuwei was joking. Many people were shocked and astonished. The great Taoist master actually knows how to joke with people? Fear comes from the unknown of some things, the unknown of one's own death. Therefore, a heart of reverence is helpful to the people of the Tang dynasty. If there is no fear, others will suffer. The people are not afraid of death. So why should they be afraid of death? It shows that the imperial court did not do a good job and the people should not die. Li Yi used this topic to teach the other officials a lesson. They should not force the people to throw away their lives to resist. Chapter 2071. The winter solstice is not welcomed. The night grows longer. The southern geese fly late and the sun sets late. Mount Song is steep, the pine trees are green. The Luo River is soft. The leaves are yellow. The moon shines on the dark stars. The people are accompanied by fireworks. The sound of Zen music lingers. The dew is heavy and the frost is thick. Yi Fashion smiled as he listened to Li Yi's lecture on the people's livelihood. He could see the depressed expressions of the chancellors. Do I need you to tell me that the officials are forcing the people to rebel? Who are you telling that to? The monks and Taoists don't care about the people. Little friend, don't worry. My name is Wu Wei, but my surname is Shan, following the customs of the Tang dynasty. My name is good and fearless, not good at teaching people to be fearless. Shan Wuwei smiled and said, My sect didn't offend you. According to the request, you give Princess Jinxian things and ask her to help us print books, and we help you spread how good the imperial court is. We are working together. Unfortunately, I always want to talk to you, but you say you don't know how to. If you don't know, how can you translate the scriptures? Oh, it's just that you think too much. What do you lack recently? Li Yi's goal was achieved, but he was afraid that your sect would be troublesome. I lack money, Shan Wue answered. Money is a worldly possession. Tantra cultivates the body and the mind. Worldly possessions are harmful to the body and mind. But in the mortal world, you have to follow the rules. Do you know anyone who rents out land? For example, some temples are too big and can't be used up, so it's quite deserted. I'm willing to pay rent, really. Li Yi couldn't directly ask the Tokyo governor's temple. They were honest and obedient. Otherwise, why would they deal with the provocation of Hunan? I'll ask later. Shan Wue nodded. If you rent it, I'll give you gold powder to print the scriptures. My workmanship is better. The words printed are very beautiful. Li Yi put in the capital, Chang, and temple was too big, it had a square, and the temple took up a quarter of the space. I'll do my best to find a good place for you. Shan Wue was serious. Gold powder was precious. What about old Yi? Li Yi turned to look at Yi Fashion. Wue, Yi Fashion didn't say whether it was okay or not. He wanted to let nature take its course. If it wasn't okay. Anyway, he did not lack books. His disciple was the golden immortal princess. Princess Jinxian used the bronze type to exchange with Li Yi for the type and received a lot of extra things. Princess Jinxian's printing workshop was moving. She moved a portion of it and opened a branch in Luoyang. When the time came, she would continue to print large amounts of books. Princess Jinxian's elder sister, Princess True Jade, was also considered a Taoist. She also made a set of movable type. Other than printing some literatis books, she also printed scriptures. Sure, what are you all busy with? Are you full? After Li Yi came over and finished reading, he signaled for everyone to continue working. I didn't dare to eat my fill, so I had to bend over and do my work. Yi Fashion's words had a double meaning. If that's the case, Li Yi prepared to return. Dr. Li, said Princess Jinxian, leaving as soon as he arrived. What do you mean by that? If that's the case, let's go together. Li Yi changed the topic. I'll give your princess some face. Thus, everyone entered the greenhouse. The temperature inside the greenhouse was higher than outside. Everyone took a brush and looked for male flowers to pollinate female flowers. All of their hands were steady. Usually they used a brush to write. In this life, we are not fated to meet. The surroundings are not comparable to cotton. The ink brush dipped in the red dust. The wall contains the bud, the village meeting. Princess Yongmu grabbed Li Yi's right hand with her left hand and pollinated the cucumber flower with her right hand as she muttered happily. Li Yi could only hold the gun in his left hand and look around. He was not going to pollinate. He wanted to keep an eye on the bad guys that might appear. Xiaolan plucked the male flowers at the side so that Princess Yongmu could dip her brush in them. She frowned and thought for more than 10 breaths before echoing. Weeds fill the garden and flowers are green. Childhood is bitter and happy. Butterflies dance and bees fly. The 4 seasons disappear. The branches and leaves are luxuriant. Let's eat hot pot here tonight. Think about what to eat slowly. Li Yi saw that the 2 of them were happy and willing to play. It didn't matter where they ate. Okay. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan responded at the same time. The 2 of them were happy. Li Lang had backup. The monks and Taoists of Hunan province were on their side. They would discuss it and send Yi Fashion and a few powerful people to help them come up with ideas. In case Li Lang couldn't remember anything, they would remind him through the earphones in his ears. Li Dan and noble consort Lu were looking for cucumber vines to pollinate. When they heard what their granddaughters said, they were happy. Back then, he took his granddaughter to Drunken Immortal residence in Lantian County to soak in the hot spring. Only then was his granddaughter willing to meet Xiao Yi. His granddaughter was not satisfied and forced her to marry Xiao Yi. What was the difference between her and the other princesses who were arranged to be married? More than 100 greenhouses were cleaned by the monks and Taoists in 3 hours, and they rested. The other greenhouses did not need them. They were given a small area. They had more people. Li began to practice with them. They set questions to simulate the situation on the 15th. The sky gradually darkened. They prepared several kinds of hot pot. Some people who did not eat meat cooked vegetarian hot pot. The moon slowly rose on the horizon. The place where the monks and Taoists of Hunan province were set up was filled with smoke and chanting. The people working changed shifts and worked hard under the light of the torches and the moonlight. They lacked the movement of the wooden fish, but they had the sound of the night watchman's clappers. There were also people in Zhuangzi who worked as night watchmen. They kept several tools to record time and tried to be on time. It had not started yet. It was around 21 o'clock. In front of Li, there was a copper hot pot with a chimney. Li Longji and the others also had a pot of pickled vegetables. There was a lot of seafood in it. It was said to borrow the flavor. 2 caddies of dried oysters and a few caddies of prawns were thrown in to borrow the flavor. There was no need to cook anything else. The monks who did not eat meat used kelp and seaweed to borrow the flavor. There were pickled vegetables, oiled tofu puffs, frozen tofu, tofu skin, dried tofu, egg omelets that could not be hatched, vermicelli, all kinds of vegetables. It was more expensive to eat a vegetarian meal in winter than to eat meat. Xiao Yi, it's a little cold at night. It's been 3 days since Lidong. Zhang Shuo, who was still the magistrate of Hunan province, threw a few crab balls made of pure crab meat into the hot pot and spoke to Li. Arrange for extra manpower to light the fire in the construction site at night. Pay attention to the air pressure and wind direction. Li held a small wine cup in his hand and considered the problem of lowering the temperature. There was no need to worry about food. There was always poultry soup to drink. The people who ate the main meal had a lot of dry food, just like stewing vegetables. The workers slept in the simple shed. There were hay mats on the ground, wooden boards on top, and mattresses. There was only one firewall in the open space. Their feet were facing the firewall. Their faces were not afraid of the cold, but their feet could not stand the cold. There was always a fire to let in the wind. Otherwise, the air was not good. Bai Gu finished a mouthful of pickled vegetables. They eat a lot of meat now. Do they eat pickled vegetables too? They do more work. I didn't say that you don't work. Why are you staring? You should give them pickled vegetables. Li thought about it. It was good for the workers to eat pickled vegetables. In any case, pickled vegetables were cheaper than poultry. This year, Hunan province told the people to pickle more vegetables. When the people finished pickling, the imperial court would buy them. The people bought salt. When there was no other food, they ate pickled vegetables in summer and pickled vegetables in winter. A lot of salt was consumed. Chapter 2072. How much is the salt in Hunan province? Li thought that the people needed a lot of salt, so he asked the little robot to ask the person in charge of this matter in Zhuangzi. Well salt is 1 coin per caddy, sea salt is 1 coin per caddy, and the purchase of coarse salt is doubled. Bitter salt from Hudongdao Salt Lake is 1 coin per caddy, and the local people no longer ship salt out for sale. Bai Gu rushed to give the answer and looked at Li with disdain. This old man knows the people's livelihood. You can't do it. Thank you, old Bai, you're still the best. I've neglected my duty. His Majesty has a group of salt wells in Shu. I've been too busy recently, so I haven't been able to take care of it. With you watching over it, everyone can rest assured. Li Yi's gaze was not disdainful, but grateful. I didn't watch over His Majesty's salt wells. Don't slander me. Bai Gu was stunned at first, then reacted. You're too bad. Why would I watch over His Majesty to make money? Oh. Li nodded, indicating that he understood. Bai Gu, you're not in a shallow depression. You're really a scammer. Dongzhu, currently the salt is divided into 6 grades. First grade is the best, 20 coins per caddy, made of bamboo, well salt. Second grade is slightly more expensive, 5 coins per caddy, white as snow. Zhuangzi's salt is used to mix vegetables. Third grade is Shu's well salt, calculated by the officials. 18 coins per caddy, 1 coin per caddy, 1 coin per caddy, 1 coin per caddy. Fourth grade fine sea salt, calculated by the bushel, 40% discount for well salt, influenced by the Hydro Railway, and also influenced by the Tang dynasty's Chao Tianxia Fund. Fifth grade large grains of sea salt, mostly used for pickling, 50% discount for fine sea salt. Sixth grade livestock and poultry industry salt. Humans should not eat it. The price is uncertain. Cheap as it can be. Songda answered through the little robot. He had been quite busy recently and needed to familiarize himself with many situations. Old Bai, you're amazing. Li Yi listened and praised Baigu. Songda's report was very detailed. The price was about the same as Baigu's. Xiao Yi, salt nowadays is becoming more and more chaotic. It's different from how it was in the past. In the past, it was based on impurities. Tell me about it now. Li Dan didn't know much about salt, so he didn't need to worry about it. Li nodded and began to explain. The most expensive salt was to put well salt in a bamboo tube and roast it. How is it eaten? Eat it as a snack and keep it in your mouth. The salt used in Li family Zhuangzi's dishes was a little expensive. Other people's skills were not good, but Li family Zhuangzi's production cost was not that high. Ordinary people ate fourth-grade salt and fifth-grade salt. The salt used to feed livestock and poultry was bitter salt. The bitter salt in the sea salt could poison people if they ate it. In the past, the people did not feed salt to poultry and livestock. Only good horses were fed salt. Now the newspapers tell them to feed them, ration them. Don't feed them too hard, just feed them. Just like a monkey, if you give it a caddy of salt, it can eat 2 tails of it at once. After that, it will crazily look for water to drink. People in dry areas couldn't find water. There were monkeys there, so they fed them salt. When the monkeys were thirsty, they would go to places with water. The general method was to dig a hole in a large piece of dry and hard soil, or specifically find a hole in a rock. Eat something yourself and let the monkey watch. Then put the thing into the hole. The hole must be the right size and depth. When the person walked further away, the monkey ran over and reached out to grab something. When it grabbed something, it clenched its fist and couldn't take it out. When you went to catch the monkey was anxious but didn't let go. At this time, if you fed the monkey salt, the monkey would think that you were good to it and eat salt. It's delicious. It's too addictive. In the past, they would find a little bit of salt from other monkey sweat. After tying the monkey with a rope and helping to take out its hand, the monkey would lead people to find water. In fact, it wanted to drink it. If you didn't tie it with a rope, it would run away and you wouldn't be able to catch up. Therefore, it had to be rationed according to what was written in the newspaper. Otherwise, it was purely a dream to expect poultry and livestock to control how much salt they ate. Even people couldn't control it. There's actually such an interesting thing. The people are willing to buy salt to feed pigs, sheep, chickens, and ducks. It's easy to get salt from the salt wells in Sichuan, and it's said that the salt drying by the sea can dry hundreds to millions of caddies a day. After listening to Li Yi's story, noble consort Lu looked at Li Qingqi and said, Li Qingqi was in charge of sea salt, pearl farming, and other marine products. Li Qingqi replied, Yes, sea salt will be produced wherever it is stored in the shallows. Xiao Yi, you've worked hard. Keep up the good work. Noble consort Lu nodded at Li Qingqi. Li Qingqi, you praise Li Yi, but look at me. Ah, there's nothing wrong with you, you're right. If you come over and slap me, I'm afraid that your hand will hurt. The people working at the bottom work harder. Only by putting in effort can one get something. However, the people have something to look forward to in life. They're not afraid of hardship or tiredness. What they're worried about is the instability of the imperial court, the unrest at the borders, the unclear state officials, the unclear county officials, and the current management. Li Yi didn't take credit for himself. It was fine as long as he earned his lifespan. He could give his reputation to whoever wanted it. Sigh. Noble consort Lu sighed. Xiao Yi, this child, only knows how to give away the good things to others. He puts in a lot of effort, but doesn't ask for anything in return. As the people say, Xiao Yi is a magnanimous prime minister who wins people over with virtue. He only knows how to silently endure losses. Everyone, Li Longji was surprised. He was puzzled. Oh my God, are you sure you don't know my brother, Yi? Empress Wang nudged Li Longji and winked at him. Li Longji instantly understood. Yes, to express the imperial family's attitude and to let the monks and Taoists hear. When it's time to talk about Tao, these people must know how to help. Li Yi was also stunned. Are you trying to praise me to death? That shouldn't be the case. Then he had an epiphany. He quickly picked up 2 cooked prawns and put them on a small plate. He came to the table next to noble consort Lu. He put them down, held a pair of chopsticks in each hand, and used both hands to peel the prawns. The prawns were peeled and the shell was placed there. It looked like a complete prawn. To him, this was a routine operation. If he didn't have the ability, he wouldn't dare to perform surgery on others. The monks and Taoists nearby had already stood up. It was the first time they had seen 2 pairs of chopsticks peel prawns like this. Xiao Yi is such a good child. I look at him as if he's my grandson-in-law. Go back and eat. Don't tire yourself out. Noble consort Lu was happy. She could watch a performance while eating prawns. Li went back. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan were working hard to peel prawns. The 2 of them peeled a prawn with chopsticks. It was almost like inviting the pen spirit. Li Yi waited for the 2 of them to finish. The efficiency was countless times lower than when he peeled alone. Li Lang, you eat. Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan finally finished peeling a prawn. Li Yi kissed Princess Yongmu as quickly as possible. In the next moment, he had already lowered his head to eat the prawn. Dongzhu, I just received news that many of the monks and Taoists in the open space next to the pear garden are taking over after eating. Some of them are even feverish. Song De reported the situation to Li Yi through the small robot. Huh. Li Yi was stunned. He quickly swallowed the food in his mouth. I didn't do anything. Food poisoning? No, many people are waiting to watch the show. I'm going to sell tickets to the important viewing platform. What's going on? Ask them quickly. I'll send someone to take a look. Could it be that their tofu has been left out for too long? Eating food with spoiled protein can kill people. Other than moldy tofu and moldy qianzhang, there's also fermented tofu and stinky tofu. The situation is different. Chapter 2073. It's really worrying, noble consort Lu said and continued eating her hot pot. Lu Chong, who was eating at the other table, frowned. Dr. Li, there are monks and Taoists who know medicine. I'm afraid that rumors will spread and harm you. He had been poisoned before. When he heard that someone had a stomachache, the first thing he thought of was poison. If someone poisoned themselves and said that it was Li Yi who poisoned them, they would have an excuse when they lost. Humph. Li Longji snorted. If that's the case, is there a need for them to exist? He gave the answer. The monks and Taoists had used such methods to eliminate them. It had nothing to do with the Tao discussion. They were enemies. What were the consequences of framing the prime minister? Slandering Li Yi was to shake the foundation of the Tang dynasty. Killing them was killing them. There was no need to explain the reason. Lu Chong blinked and saluted. Your Majesty is wise. He had thought it through. He had been poisoned and there was no concrete evidence. The person who deserved to die was already dead. Li Yi could not be poisoned or slandered. The winged knights would deal with whoever was suspected. They're not stupid. Li Yi shook his head. The monks and Taoists had outstanding wisdom. It was a pity that they used it in other areas and did not benefit the people. While they were talking, the ambulance was dispatched. It left on a small train. There were 6 nurses, 3 men and 3 women. There were both male and female monks and Taoists. It was not convenient for the male nurses to treat the nuns and female Taoists. In the pear garden, a group of people who were practicing singing and dancing had stopped. Li Longji found some people in the pear garden. The women from Pyongkong Square and some women from Sigong Square could practice together. When they were practicing, a Taoist priest who was familiar with the women from Sigong Square came to report that they were sick. The people in the pear garden did not know them, much less those from Pyongkong Square. The pear garden pulled out a phone line and called Zhuangzi. The imperial physician in the pear garden did not help at all. There were experts among the monks and Taoists. They did not treat them and came to ask for help. The imperial physician was afraid of failure. The other did not receive the order. Sister Xinyan, what incense did you use? It tastes really good. The woman who could be considered the head of Sigong Square smelled the scent of her colleague from Pyongkong Square and became curious. They had incense as well as toilet water and soap, including expensive perfume in glass bottles. All these fragrant things just couldn't compare to the ones in Pyongkong Square. Sister Ziqi, it's this. Xinyan didn't hide it. She took out a glass bottle from her bag. The Li family Zhuangzi's perfume was all made of glass. Other glass bottles would have patterns on them when they were blown. The glass that Xianyan took out didn't have any glass pattern on it. The pattern was drawn on and couldn't be touched by hand. It was an internal drawing. She handed it to Ziqi, and Ziqi carefully held it in her palm. It was a beautiful painting of an orchid. She looked at Xinyan inquiringly. After Xinyan nodded, she carefully sprayed a little on the inside of her wrist and fanned herself to smell it. Yes, it's this orchid. Why is the orchid perfume I bought different? Ziqi confirmed that there was nothing wrong with it. Orchid was also a perfume, and her perfume was expensive. She couldn't bear to use it unless she was receiving important guests. It's made by the Li family Zhuangzi. It's never sold outside. Xinyan generously told her where it was made. My perfume is also made by the Li family Zhuangzi. Ziqi liked this perfume, whether it was the picture or the smell. Li Lang added a fixative. It's different from the seller's perfume. Xinyan told her the reason. The perfume you use lacks something. Ziqi's mouth moved, but it turned into a sigh. Sigh. Sister Ziqi, don't be sad. After a few days, I'll talk to Li Lang. The woman from Sigong Square wants to come and ask for advice. Xinyan had a good impression of Ziqi. At least she didn't fall for money. Thank you, Sister Xinyan. Ziqi's eyes turned. She seemed to have thought of something, and then she was able to get the perfume now. Xinyan glanced at her. Sister Ziqi, don't think blindly. Remember not to do things in the boudoir. Ah. Ziqi was very surprised. Didn't you? Xinyan shook her head. They had thought about it before. Unfortunately, the falling flowers were interested, but the heartless flowing water was heartless. In other places, the women from Sigong Square were also looking for the sisters from Pyongkong Square to ask about the perfume. The good stuff was something that couldn't be bought with money. In fact, from another point of view, it was bought with money. The women from Pyongkong Square donated money crazily during the Tang dynasty's Yellow River campaign against Tubo. Later, they asked others to go to Heavenly Earth to get a plaque. Xinyan said, It's hard to change a person's family in this life. Heavenly Earth had military importance, but in the mortal world, women were abandoned. The winged knights spent money on brocade, and the Nanko family contributed money. The rivers could move to the sea, but the boudoir never changed and the heart remained chaste. Heavenly Earth was the place where Lilongji made money to raise the winged knights. They used their status to help make money. At that time, Li happened to get a large piece of sperm whale ambergris. It was used as a fixative, and a little at a time was enough. Therefore, he specially made the paintings, found the paintings given by Wu Dozi, and then put the perfume in them and sent them to Pyongkong Square. Wasn't this exchange with money? But who wanted to buy it directly with money? Li didn't sell it. It wasn't like there weren't other perfume. This perfume represented a kind of recognition. Wu Daozi, who drew the paintings, also got the perfume. He occasionally sprayed it. It was fragrant. Now, the people living in the pear garden, including first Madame Gong's son, they practiced diligently, and the emperor didn't have to come or look for them. A fixed program didn't allow for mistakes. It had to be perfect. Improvised impromptu, mutual understanding was needed. Performing for the emperor, this bowl of rice was not so easy to eat. For example, Li Longji suddenly improvised a song. After singing, everyone had to know the style after a few words. The accompaniment and the music came out. Like Li Yi's impromptu singing, the waves run, the waves flow. 10,000 li of the torrential river never stops, all washed away. At this point, whether it was the pear garden or Nankou, they knew the direction of the melody and the style of the song. From here to the end of the first performance, they would add music and dance. The dance and accompaniment were a bit plain. The second performance, there were more changes in the dance and accompaniment. No one dared to stop and wait for the score. Give me a score, and I'll cooperate. I haven't practiced yet. It was right not to practice. They usually didn't practice. During normal practice, there would always be someone suddenly like this. Everyone could only keep up after getting used to it. What you didn't practice wasn't the score and dance that you already had, but the basics. The amazing woman from Sigong Square came over to reach a mutual understanding with the Pear Garden and Pyongkong Square. God knows if the emperor would be happy and ask for some people from Sigong Square to come over. They finally had a chance, but in the end, they couldn't cooperate at the crucial moment. They even had the heart to die. They smelled the perfume, but the other side was stinky. The monks and Taoists kept going to the toilet. When they came out, their legs were weak. They couldn't even do the martial art, squat, every day. With great difficulty, they moved outside to catch their breath. In less than half an hour, they had to go back in. The key was that the number of toilets was limited. If they didn't go in and found a place outside to relieve themselves. Chapter 2074. No one knew how the news spread. The people around the pear garden ran to the empty space to watch the show. They were not residents of this area. There were no homes here. The pear garden, Tianshu, and cemetery of martyrs still needed to be built and hired people. The people who came from the east to the Li family Zhuangzi were arranged to live here temporarily. They would move to another place when the construction was completed. The older people helped raise livestock and poultry. They mainly had mules, donkeys, pigs, and chickens. There were no ducks or geese. There were ponds. They raised ducks and geese. It took a lot of effort to pick up eggs and trouble the elderly. The pigs, chickens, and eggs were eaten. The mules and donkeys worked together to carry things. When the Li family Zhuangzi found people to work, they couldn't ask them to carry everything on their shoulders. Livestock were the standard. The women did the chores. The men did the hard work and the simple technical work. Most of the children had never gone to school before. They started to learn now. They learned from the Pyongkong Square's Nankou. The children who had gone to school did not have much of an advantage. They learned words quickly and had good memories. As for the teachers who taught them before, they could understand the content. It didn't matter. They only learned the 1,000-character classic and the Analects of Confucius. What level could the teachers who taught them be? What level was the Pyongkong Square's Nankou? Moreover, the teachers usually looked very ordinary. The Nankou's Nankou girls liked them, regardless of whether they were boys or girls. This group of people worked peacefully. When they heard the news, those who were resting ran to watch from afar. The monks and Taoists were setting up the site. They didn't allow anyone else to help. They were afraid of leaking the secret. It would be bad if others learned it. The people were also unwilling to work with them. They disliked it. Did they eat something bad? Someone asked curiously when he saw the people in the distance go to the outhouse. The heavens have eyes. The people next to him gave such a response. Do you think it's Li Dongzhu's? The person asked again. He didn't dare to say it out loud. The heavens have eyes. More people responded. If they continue like this, can they compete with Li Dongzhu in 3 days? The heavens have eyes. Can you say something else? Oh, the heavens have eyes. This person did it himself. Everyone was happy. They deserved it. Who asked you to cause trouble for Li Dongzhu? Li Dongzhu is such a good person. He found work for us. The big families in Nangkou Pyongkong Square teach their children because of Li Dongzhu. Aya, those ladies were so beautiful that they didn't dare to look at them for too long. It was said that in Chang'an City, if you went to Nangkou to listen to them speak, you would have to throw in 2 pigs. Their mouths were not that red. They had heard from the cripple's second son, who came from the west of the village, that his cousin had gone there to drive ducks. Those women's mouths turned red like cherries. They even spent the money they earned from selling the ducks. When he came back, there was a red mark on his face. It stayed there for 3 days before the mark of the 5 fingers became clear. After asking, he understood that the money from selling the ducks had been used to gamble. He didn't see the big shot of Nangkou at all. His leg was also crippled for 2 months. Tell me, they used to treat other patients. Why are they looking for Li Dongzhu now? How serious is it? Could it be that he encountered something dirty? Buddhism doesn't work anymore. They should go to the cemetery of martyrs. When I came here, I went in and walked around. It's a big place. When I came out of my house, I was irritated. After walking around, I felt relieved. They have a guilty conscience. How dare they go to the cemetery of martyrs? In the future, when my daughter is choosing a husband, let him stay in the cemetery of martyrs for 1 night. We can't accept people with bad intentions. My son's wife is the same. Both of your families should go together. They're about the same age. 12 or 13, right? Let's settle the marriage first. After a few years, life will be better. My daughter is a girl. It's not good to be 2. Yes. What I mean is, my family will take the initiative. Let's go back. Tonight, bring your daughter and my son to stay there. What's there to see if other people have diarrhea? My daughter will stay with your son at night. You mean during the day? That's not good, right? Ha 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 ha. The people around them laughed. The monks and Taoists who were waiting in line for London heard the laughter from afar and seemed to be very flustered. The small train arrived and boarded. The horses were brought over and harnessed. The ambulance rushed to the set of the monks and Taoists. Everyone went to the toilet. It was more convenient. There was equipment on the train to take things for testing. The nurses were wearing protective clothing. They were more cautious. Dongzhu told them that if it was diarrhea caused by an infectious disease, it would be troublesome if they accidentally contracted it. If it was only troublesome, they would quickly tell Dongzhu and Dongzhu would treat them. It was impossible for them to die. They did not mind that it was dirty. They personally took samples and divided it into several toilets. Xiao, Yi, people will slack off if they stay in Zhuangzi. Baigu slowly ate his hot pot. He was looking for trouble. He did not talk to others like this. You want to go back to Ziwei City? I will arrange it tomorrow morning. Li Yi readily agreed. When did I say that I want to go? Tomorrow morning. I will eat eel porridge and spicy fried snails at noon. I am praising you, Zhuangzi. Baigu was determined not to agree. Why would he go back? Ziwei City's government hall was quiet. It was scary at night. They didn't drink dirty water, did they? Hurry up and get better. I have not sold the tickets yet, but the advertisement position has been confirmed. Li Yi's mind was always on this matter, even if Baigu deliberately changed the topic. Eat prawns. Xiao, Yi, the things you brought back are not bad. We will have good food in the future. Yao Cheng also did not want Li Yi to waste his energy on unrelated people. The past was the past, and the present was the present. He had long stopped fighting with Li Yi because Li Yi had never fought with him. It could not be said that he had never fought with him before. He only fought with him once to save his son's life. In exchange, he would join the group with dignity. Just once. Before, he did not fight with him. Once he fought, he would join the group. At the beginning of spring, there are dozens of states that can easily eat seafood. Brother, is it time for our ships to come out? Li Yi peeled the prawns himself. The Navy's ships had been built for many years, and they were constantly in the water. Most of them were coastal ships. They were built quickly and used less materials. Their main purpose was to catch fish and transport coastal ships. The plan of the ocean ships had been adjusted because of the appearance of the steam engine. The coastal ships he was talking about were the ships of the barbarians. Every day, there were ships of the barbarians that capsized, but more barbarians came to trade. The barbarians had a fleet of 5 to 6 ships. If one ship was destroyed and the people rescued, they would still work, but the income would be lower. It was not a big loss to the entire fleet, but it was a big blow to the individual. A few people borrowed money to get a ship and join the team. What if their ship sank? When they arrived at Guangzhou port, they could help to negotiate the price. The barbarians were familiar with the situation of the barbarians. They could help the Tang dynasty to set the price. After they had saved enough money to buy a ship, they could bring back the goods and return the money they borrowed. Li Yi was in the age of the Great Voyage. Many European adventurers did this. Chapter 2075. After the trial, we will continue to apply Tang oil. We plan to release them after the new year, starting from the east of Jiangnan all the way to Haizhou. Li Qingqi wanted to answer that he was in charge of this matter with a group of imperial clan members. Li Yi's power was so great that it was unimaginable. The crown prince was originally free and unfettered, but now he had to answer to Li Yi. The key was that no one complained. Li Yi didn't get much benefit from it. It belonged to the Tang dynasty's Chaotian fund. If Li Yi wanted to eat seafood, he had his own boat, which was fast and had many ways to preserve seafood. He didn't dare to make money from it now. He had to give the rich people of the Tang dynasty some time to breathe. Brother is right. Leave something to look forward to, and there will be good days after the new year. There will be more pigs this year. There will be no pig epidemic in the capital and the surrounding provinces. Everyone will kill a pig before the new year, and we will transport it by train from Luoyang. Together with the locally raised pigs and poultry, this new year will be jubilant. Li Yi nodded a few times and talked about the new year. Release them before the new year to catch seafood. Let the people feel the benefits first, and there will be more hope for the next year. Li Qingqi understood. After the new year, before the new year. Didn't he see that brother Yi always mentioned a good new year and killing pigs? How could things after the new year be considered a good new year? Have pigs been killed after the new year? Brother is thoughtful. I'll say one more thing. Before the new year, send a batch of gifts to the children covered by the Tang dynasty's Chaotian fund. On the basis of sufficient liquidity, I have a surplus, and it will not be counted as tax-deductible assets. The remaining profits of the fund will be distributed according to the profit distribution model, and the managers who have worked hard for a year will be subsidized according to the proportion. Li Yi added that he had changed the plan compared to his brother. Now he had to give benefits. Giving benefits to a large group of imperial clan members would be counted as Li Qingqi's responsibility, and at the same time, it wouldn't make things difficult for Baigu. Including the kindness to the children, it would all be given to Li Qingqi and the imperial clan members. What Li Yi showed was the breadth of mind of a politician, not the calculation of a politician who was calculative about personal gains and losses. He attacked in terms of power and will, compromised in terms of economic benefits, and gave others a good reputation without causing the imperial court to suffer financial losses. Furthermore, his financial returns would come later. The commoners would be rich, and the aristocratic families would have even more money. Only then would it be convenient for him to sell his luxury goods. Otherwise, others would have no money. Politicians were like clowns in front of politicians. Just like the World Trade Organization back then, after rounds of negotiations, those countries thought that they had dug a hole for his country to jump into. His country jumped in, just like the formation breaker. The other party thought that his country was a bunch of armed soldiers who had set up a formation and were waiting for the armed soldiers to charge in and kill them. This was the thinking of a politician. In the end, he was a politician. He jumped in. More than 10 years later, the other party discovered that this wasn't the horizontal blade army, but the MO blade army. At the same time, they cooperated with the jumping army. Behind them, there were also crossbowmen to obstruct the enemy's shooting. The winged cavalry on the two flanks were holding the line. Mounted scouts were everywhere, and the Central Army's commander's flag fluttered in the wind. What happened to the traps and traps? How did it get flattened? They were dumbfounded. They left the World Trade Organization and carried out unilateral actions. They thought that it would be effective. In fact, they didn't understand that they were politicians and acted for their own selfish interests. And Li Yi's country's leader was a politician. He carried a heavy burden for the Chinese people. Li Yi was now working hard to learn. He coordinated the internal situation and dealt with the external situation. Bai Gu and the others listened. They didn't dare to make a sound, but they understood that a round of exchange of benefits had been completed. Xiao Yi's exchange of benefits with the imperial family was guaranteed to be the aristocratic family's next step. Sigh. Yao Cheng sighed softly and shook his head slightly. He discovered where he was lacking. It wasn't in political skills, but in economic and technical knowledge. If he wanted to exchange benefits, he had to at least have something to exchange. When he used up all the things he could exchange, he would inevitably lose his usefulness. The key was that he didn't leave behind any reputation among the people during the exchange. Look at Xiao Yi. How many people helped him set up a memorial tablet and lit mosquito coils in the hot summer, afraid that he would be bitten by mosquitoes? Li Yi didn't know Yao Cheng's thoughts. Otherwise, he would definitely tell Yao Cheng that he was right. Wang Engshi had learned his lesson. He gained reputation from below and then fought in the imperial court. Unfortunately, it still didn't work because Wang Engshi was only pretending to be below. He didn't understand the situation below at all. As for himself, he wasn't standing on the shoulders of giants. He was standing on the graves of his predecessors. Dongzhu E. coli exceeded the limit by 13,000 times. They are making stinky tofu. There's a problem with the brine. The current medicine is not effective. The voice belonged to a female nurse in Zhuangzi. There was a small robot in the ambulance that was used as a wireless phone. Upper Croton. Pay attention to the monarch, minister, assistant, and envoy. It can also induce vomiting and follow the perfusion and cleaning of the intestines. After a few hours of fasting, remember to replenish normal saline and drink more water. After that, it will be tomorrow morning, right? Feed them millet porridge and pickled vegetables. Pay attention to whether there is a fever. If there is, give them antibiotics. No, increase the amount of water they drink. Tomorrow afternoon, they will eat sorghum rice, perilla leaves, pickled vegetables, and celery leaves. I just remembered that I have opium poppy cream in the car. Feed them. There's so much of it. Feed them when they are emptied. Li Yi wanted the nurse to use antibiotics, but suddenly he couldn't bear to do so. Antibiotics were exchanged with lifespan. He would rather use it on ordinary people. When others had diarrhea, he wanted to use croton to fight poison with poison. There was nothing wrong with it. When they had diarrhea, Chinese medicine would prescribe laxatives. Don't be surprised. It's a routine procedure. There were even some Chinese medicine doctors who had a good relationship with them. When their children had diarrhea and fever, they would go and look for them. They didn't ask for money. They would take the pulse and look at the situation. Then they would tell you to buy ice cream and popsicles for your children. If they eat 20 popsicles a day without eating rice, they would be fine the next day. One was low temperature sterilization. The other was sugar and salt supplement. The other was water intake. The other was digestion. Eating popsicles was also a physical cooling. It was internal cooling. Li wanted to do this. Empty the intestines first, and then deal with it. The opium poppy cream was effective. Don't eat too much protein tomorrow. Eat millet porridge. Salt couldn't be lacking. Without electrolytes, dehydration would be more serious. Salt had a balancing effect. If there was more salt, stomach acid would be reduced. Li Lang, the method of making stinky tofu and fermented bean curd, is stated in the newspaper. Why are they still having problems? Princess Yongmu waited for Li Yi to end the call. She was puzzled. The newspaper told the people not to do it themselves because the cost was too high. If businessmen did it according to the formula and precautions, there would be no problems. Li Yi scratched his head. I think both Buddhism and Taoism are involved. Some Buddhists don't eat meat. They eat tofu and then want to make fermented bean curd and stinky tofu. Taoists like to study and mix all kinds of things. They also do it. When both sides cooperate, the products might be different from the formula and steps written in the newspaper. Then can they still compete? Princess Yongmu was not very happy. No problem. At most, I'll say that I'm praying for the people of the Tang dynasty and that I'm weak. I'll also compete. Then we'll be even. Li Yi thought of a way to deal with it. You're eating the wrong things. I'm doing it for the people of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 2076. When the sun rose, thick eel porridge was placed on the table. Everyone in Zhuangzi ate it. The Yellow River was being cleaned up, and the eels were dug out in piles. Most of the eels were raised by the Li family Zhuangzi, while a small portion was sent to the medical centers and pharmacies in Henan Prefecture. Zhuangzi made eel porridge, and the blood was taken out to dry. The blood itself was poisonous and could be used to treat illnesses. Fresh eels were often used to extract the blood. Xiao Yi's culinary skills are indeed not bad. Bai Gu sat at the table in front of Li Yi again. I didn't make it. Li Yi did not give him face. Xiao Yi's culinary skills are indeed not bad. I can only eat good food if I teach others. Bai Gu followed up with another sentence to round things up. Eels are also delicious. After Zhuangzi purchases them, they spit out the sand, kill them, and sell them to the people. Princess Yongmu was afraid that Bai Gu would be embarrassed, so she spoke from the side. Yes, yes. Xiao Lan agreed and continued to eat the porridge. The porridge was too thick, so she could stand with her chopsticks. Stewed with tofu. Bai Gu liked eels stewed with tofu. The Li family, Zhuangzi made it. Li Yi picked up a fried, salted ribbon fish. Zhuangzi eats eel porridge. I made a large amount of eel porridge in the morning and sent it to Luoyang Palace to sell. You can't afford it outside Luoyang Palace? Bai Gu found the meaning in Li Yi's words. I can't bear to eat it. I want to save money and settle down. Fortunately, the imperial court provides subsidies. Children who are not old enough to go to school can provide extra meat for their mothers and children. Li Yi did not refute Bai Gu. He was serious and could not always joke around. Li Longji's arrival allowed others to settle down in Henan Prefecture, like the capital governor. A large number of runaways ran over and did not pursue past matters. Unless they had hurt or killed people in the past, they would not come. The people trusted him, so he had to make proper arrangements when he arrived. Li Longji, the imperial court, the Li family Zhuangzi, and the Chaotian Foundation of the Tang dynasty provided the money. When the money was put together, the four sides would send people to participate in the management and supervise each other. The person who handled the money couldn't be greedy, even if he wanted to. It was impossible for him to get his brother-in-law to buy something and sell it to the imperial court at a high price. Have some porridge. It doesn't taste good when it's cold. Bai Gu thought for a while and realized that he had nothing to say. He picked up the spoon and ate the porridge. At the place where the large-scale illusion stage was set up, a group of people were also eating porridge. None of them seemed to be in good condition, and their expressions were dispirited. What's the difference? What's so bad about it? A Taoist mumbled as he ate his porridge. Obviously, he was pondering over the steps of the scientific experiment to improve the stinky tofu formula. There were also people who rushed out after a few mouthfuls of porridge. They came back with the smell of the South, and their faces were sallow. The person next to him took a small amount of warm salt water and dissolved a small amount of black ointment in it before pouring it down his throat. The nurse of the Li family Zhuangzi was busy checking on them one by one. She mainly increased the dosage of opium ointment. After all, as long as there was water, they wouldn't starve to death for 2 days. More than 1/3 of the monks and Taoists in the whole place were affected. They had all eaten the new stinky tofu. This proved that the Taoist who researched the stinky tofu was very popular. Everyone had probably eaten his food before. It's probably because the yin energy is too strong. It shouldn't be illuminated by the moon at night. Next time, it should be illuminated by the sun during the day. A Taoist tried to help by using the theory of yin and yang. It's not perfect enough. If it's illuminated by the moon at night, the moon won't be round. Another person thought from the shape. The nurse listened at the side and seemed to understand. During the day, the stinky tofu would be exposed to the sun. At night, it would be illuminated by the moon and the dew would be mixed in. As for what other secret recipes were added to the stinky tofu, they didn't know at the moment. They had to protect themselves and not get sick. It would be very uncomfortable if they had diarrhea. The female nurse thought for a while and asked her companions to enter the ambulance. First, they sterilized the clothes, hats, masks, and shoe covers. Then, they locked them in the box and sprayed disinfectant before taking out the food. Go ahead and do it. It's not a problem to make new things. After you're done, you have to find an animal or try it yourself. How can you share it with others directly? The problem is the system. No one has proposed a perfect system. Everyone thinks about it and only uses the theory of yin and yang and 5 elements to support it. Sometimes the theory of yin and yang and 5 elements is quite useful. That was summed up by the statements of the predecessors. It's different from theirs. Yes, it's just like the surgery to treat appendicitis. The theory is correct, but the specific requirements are very high. The main thing is to find the location, disinfect, and reduce inflammation. Anyway, after doing so many appendicitis surgeries, I've become better. Don't brag. Some of the appendicitis mentioned in the books can't be done by us. We need Dongzhu to do it personally. We still have to practice. If we don't give them medicine, will they get appendicitis in this situation? When the time comes and they encounter a special case, don't think too much. A doctor shouldn't hope for others to get sick, let alone wait for others to have a minor lesion or serious illness before treating them. Should we report it to Dongzhu now? Wait for Dongzhu to finish eating. There's no rush. The 6 nurses ate as they relaxed their nerves. They were afraid. With so many people together, what if they were infected? It looked like malaria. An hour later, Li Yi was eating a grapefruit. There were many grapefruits in this season, and many of them were not as big and sweet as his. There were also oranges, which were usually eaten with crabs. This meant that eating crabs and vitamin C was not a problem. The dosage was not the same, and the digestive system would deal with it. The grapefruit is not bitter inside. Just don't touch it outside. I'll peel it for the 2 of you, Li Yi said to Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan as if he was coaxing children. He slowly peeled the grapefruit. I don't know how sick people are. In the past, they actually did some work themselves. Princess Yongmu mentioned monks and Taoists who had eaten something bad. They work for themselves. Of course, the people also work for themselves, even if they are hired. Li Yi did not worry about the sick people. As long as they survived, those who knew medicine would prescribe their own medicine. There were many kinds of medicine to treat diarrhea. Those people were probably lacking medicine. Weren't the Taoists and monks picking herbs? Dongzhu, they sent news. First, the little robot's light flickered and continued to repeat. The nurse wanted to talk directly, but it stopped her. Dongju was accompanying important people and peeling grapefruits for important people. The little robot said. Li Yi listened and began to wipe his sweat. He was a little disgusted. He used shepherd's purse to make stinky tofu. The salty, stinky tofu belonged to the yeast category, just like fermented tofu. Not only did the other party bask in the sun during the day and collect dew at night, but they also added the reincarnation of the 5 grains. No wonder the E. coli exceeded the limit by more than 10,000 times. The reincarnation of the 5 grains, the reversal of yin and yang, and the extreme stench was fragrant. The reincarnation of the 5 grains was indeed medicine through special treatment. However, if it was not handled well, the golden liquid was poisonous liquid that was splashed down when defending the city. According to the Taoist priest's operation, he was not making stinky tofu. He was clearly cultivating E. coli. It's too cruel. There won't be parasites in it, right? What kind of prescription is it to kill insects? Li Yi wiped his sweat again and began to think of things to kill insects such as betel nut. Chapter 2077. Areca was grown in the Tang dynasty for many years. It was a good thing that ordinary people could not eat. Areca must be grown in large quantities, but it can't be eaten by the people all the time. It's harmful to the oral cavity. Also, the pumpkin seeds we brought back can be used to kill insects with areca. Li Yi said as he thought. He had tasted areca before, so he knew what it tasted like. He would not eat it in the future. It did not mean that eating areca would lead to oral cavity cancer, and ulcers would also be uncomfortable. The point was that it was similar to smoking. It was addictive and could be quit. It was not difficult to quit. It depended on whether one wanted to quit. In his time, areca was sold everywhere and Hainan had the most. There were many people who rode electric motorcycles and diesel motorcycles in Hainan, and they were all very skilled. The bottom half of the trees by the roadside and around the roots were usually reddish-brown. First-time visitors would wonder if it was blood. Later, they saw people spitting mouthful after mouthful of areca juice that looked like blood. Only then did they understand. Now, just like how he did not want the people of the Tang dynasty to smoke, areca should not be eaten unless it was used for treatment. The Tang dynasty could control it with the law. It was not like Yemen, where the leaves of the khat tree were addictive. It was similar to opium poppy and coca. Opium poppy was refined into heroin, while coca was refined into cocaine, a special type of marijuana, and khat tree leaves were drugs. Tobacco was also considered as an irritant. Send it to them. Princess Yongmu knew that there was medicine for killing insects. Nowadays, the pharmacy was still keeping it for people to use. How do they treat the people? Li Yi was recalling that he had never discussed the matter of medical skills and practice with any monk or Taoist priest. Some of them would wrap incense ashes. Some of the pilgrims would pick herbs and brew medicine for them when they fell sick. When the scholars entered the lodging, they would also treat them when they fell sick. Usually, the scholars would leave behind poems. When the scholars become officials or become influential, they would naturally take care of the temple. Princess Yongmu supported her chin with both hands as she spoke. She was not afraid of biting her tongue. Li Yi fed the peeled grapefruit to the two of them. Don't support your chin while eating. I don't have the ability to treat your tongue in a day. Oh! Princess Yongmu put down her hands. She was afraid of pain. Li Yi licked his fingers. Bitter. He furrowed his brows. In the future, Pear Garden will be considered a tourist area. If a tourist falls sick, it will be easier for them to receive treatment in time. Princess Yongmu blinked her big eyes. Does it have anything to do with the monks and Taoists getting sick from eating? Xiao Lan quickly swallowed the grapefruit. The Li family Zhuangzi went over to open a medicine shop. Coincidentally, there was an imperial physician there. Ask the imperial physician to sell medicine to others. NN. Xiaolan is so smart. Princess Yongmu understood. I only dare to say it when I'm with Lil Miss. Xiaolan smacked her lips. What does it have to do with me? It's in the hands of others. Oh, Princess Yongmu comprehended on her own this time. He was too smart. If he overshadowed his master, he would be dealt with. Li Yi fed the two of them another mouthful of grapefruit. Now, arrange for someone to bring the herbs over. He looked for Songda, and Songda made arrangements for the stewards. The Li family Zhuangzi didn't lack herbs. If they built their own herb base, they would need herbs that hadn't grown yet. Those that were only 1 or 2 years old could be harvested. There were also ginkgo leaves, loquat leaves, orange peels, and other herbs that could be harvested every year. The Zhuangzi had even more, so they couldn't use them all. The medicine shops all over the country would send some of the herbs they had to the Li family Zhuangzi for tuition fees. The books were printed and sent to the medicine shops. They didn't need to pay for the books, and they didn't even need to pay for the books. The medicine shops had to treat some of the poor for free. Cheap herbs such as hawthorn water, mugwort, cypress branches, and bamboo leaves were given to the poor. The illnesses of the people of the capital government required more expensive medicine. They would go to the medicine shops in the southern part of Chang, and to get their prescriptions from the Li family Zhuangzi's medicine shop to get their medicine. If they didn't have the prescription stamped, they wouldn't be able to get their medicine unless they poured it at the entrance of the Li family Zhuangzi's medicine shop. Li Longji gave half of the herbs that the Tang dynasty offered as tribute to the Li family Zhuangzi. His family lived in Zhuangzi, so half of the herbs were left in the palace to be used by the rest of the people. As for the rest of the people who couldn't come, they were still sent to the Li family Zhuangzi's medicine shop, especially those who needed surgery. At this moment, the herbs were being transported out of the palace by small train. Lu Youqiu walked over with a large enamel jar and brewed tea. "Xiao, I have something to say, but I don't know if it's appropriate?" he asked Li Yi. Li Yi shook his head slowly. "No." Lu Youqiu was speechless. "Ha ha ha," Baigu laughed. "Xiao Yi, forgive me for being blunt." Lu Youqiu changed his approach. Before Li Yi could say, "Forgive me," he interrupted, "that foundation of yours, the Tang dynasty's Qingdai Medical Foundation." Li nodded. "Of course. With so many herbs, what will happen to the people who practice medicine in the world?" Lu Youqiu asked. "By Zaifu." Li Yi looked at Baigu, who had just finished laughing. "Ah." Baigu coughed. "The price is cheap, and the people's illness can be cured. There must be a lot of people who seek treatment. The people live long, and the doctors are virtuous and rich." He answered that with so many herbs, there were actually more people who fell ill. It was just that many people couldn't afford to see patients now, so there were few doctors. Xiao Yi had mentioned before that it was impossible for the people who practice medicine to not be able to eat when there were so many herbs. It turned out that only 10 out of 1,000 people could be cured. If one person could earn 10 coins, they could earn 100 coins. With so many herbs, medical books improved medical skills and cheap medicine, 300 out of 1,000 people could be cured. If one person charged 1 coin, they could earn 300 coins. I've learned something. Lu Youqiu understood. There are pros and cons in medicine, and there are pros and cons in medicine. The rich choose the best and abandon the worst. He was talking about himself. He had to spend more money to find better doctors to prescribe more expensive medicine, although he didn't need to spend money to see patients now. Before noon, the medicine shop was open for business, and the imperial physician was in charge. The sick monks and Taoist priests were told that there might be worms in their stomachs, so they had to pay for medicine. They knew what medicine to use, including how to suppress diarrhea. The people working here saw the new medicine shop and curiously came over to ask about it. "My back hurts. How much does it cost to see it?" The person who wanted his son to take his daughter to the martyrs' cemetery bent over and asked. There was a bruise on the left side of his forehead, as if he had been flicked on the head. The imperial physician looked at him. 200 coins. I'm the imperial physician of the Imperial Medical Department. Got it. Thank you. The person turned around and bowed even more. Are you working for the Li family Zhuangzi? The imperial physician asked again, while observing the person's walking posture. Yes. The person turned around and nodded. The money is from the Li family Zhuangzi. Come, give me your wrist. The imperial physician squinted his eyes and placed the pulse pillow properly. The Li Dongzhu paid? I don't want to see it. The person hesitated and wanted to leave again. He already did. We'll use the medical book he gave us to treat our illness. The imperial physician continued to stare at the person's body, including the rise and fall of his chest when he spoke. Ah, the medical book Li Dongzhu gave you? Where did he get it? The person moved forward and prepared to sit down. He didn't spend his own money, nor did he spend Li Dongzhu's money. Fine, I'll let you take a look. You idiot. Li Dongzhu is a genius doctor. My daughter can't be with your son. She'll become stupid. The person with a daughter scolded and stretched out his hand, as if he was flicking someone's head. Looking at the bruise on the head of the person with a son, the case seemed to be solved. Chapter 2078. Don't work for the next 2 days. Go to Drunken Immortal residence to soak in warm soup and get someone to massage you. I'll prepare the medicine for you. Take it to boil. I'll write it down and show it to them. They'll know how to deal with it. You need a shelf to carry stones. Can't you do it yourself? I'll get someone to send a message to Zhuangzi and ask them to send it over. After the imperial physician finished taking the pulse, he looked at the person's back and asked a few questions. Ah, don't work? No. The person with the back pain shook his head. Go and find the nurse in Zhuangzi, the imperial physician instructed. His apprentice jumped out. Not long after, Li Yi received the news. There are people working hard without tools. Their bodies can't take it. Li Yi knew the reason. The animals were responsible for carrying things. Then someone would be anxious and carry them themselves. If it was a normal back, there would be a wooden shelf on the shoulder and a belt around the chest and waist. The stones on the back would not hurt the back because the wooden shelf blocked it. The belt could allow people to use their strength and was considered to be evenly distributed. A sack could carry 70 kilograms of stones. With the shelf, it could double and not be injured. Like weightlifters, they all had belts around their waist. Let them take off their belts and see if they could still lift it. Dongzhu, arrange for them to soak in the hot spring. Songda listened from the side and asked. He said with one person, more people would be so tired. Go. Pay the wages, as usual. Don't leave any lingering effects. Li Yi agreed. Handsome Dongzhu, Sun Xian wants to speak. A small robot slipped over from more than 10 meters away. Its voice was still so cute. Answer. Next time, add the adjective handsome. Li Yi smiled. The little robot also knew how to speak the truth. It had good taste. Okay, connect, the little robot replied. Dongzhu, a group of people from Xiangzhou came, a total of 21,110 people. They are all people without household registration who want to enter Luoyang. How should I settle them? Sun Xian's voice sounded. Another person had arrived. It was from Xiangzhou, Meng Haoran's hometown, Hanxiangka. Why are there so many people without household registration? After settling down, he would first stay at the outskirts of Zhuangzi to have his body checked and recuperated. After that, I worked with the people from the southwest. The ships from the southwest are slow and have not arrived yet. Li Yi was a little surprised at the arrival of these people. It seemed that these people had contacted each other and arrived together. Sun Xian expressed his understanding and made arrangements. Li Yi stood up and looked around. He saw someone and said, Old Yao, go and check what happened in Xiangyang. Was it originally there, or was it a large number of people who lost their household registration in the last 2 or 3 years? Yao Chong began to arrange for people, and Yao Chong came over by himself. Xiao Yi, I think there will be more citizens arriving one after another. Is the schedule full? No, there aren't enough people. I want to build a railroad from here to Xiaolunan village. It will connect to the railroad tracks from Luoyang to Pear Garden. Li Yi used a small knife to cut the pomelo skin, preparing to dry it in the shade and mix it with other herbs. There were a lot of pomelo in this season. Every square had baskets for collecting pomelo skin. Even if the shape was not very good, it could still be used as medicine. Yao Chong squinted his eyes and said, "A few dozen miles of road is already considered flat. You spend so much money to build a railroad just to have people go to the drunken immortal residence to play? Shouldn't the tertiary industry be developed? My drunken immortal residence pays so much tax every year." Li Yi took another intact pomelo and prepared to peel the skin and give the flesh to others. He only wanted the skin. Tourists go there. The road conditions are good. The railroad tracks are important. 25 miles of railroad tracks. Sigh. Yao Chong stomped his feet and turned to leave. He was angry, but there was nothing he could do. It's 35 miles. There are many mines in the area. Extended in. Li Yi did not want to make Yao Chong sick from anger. If he fell sick, he would still have to treat him. What kind of mines? Forget about the coal mines. You have allocated too many coal mines in Hunan province. They are not worth much. Yao Chong turned around and picked up a large piece of pomelo and pushed it in front of Li Yi. Li Yi began to peel the pomelo for Yao Chong. The outer skin had to be peeled and only the flesh inside was eaten. It was not bitter. Let's talk about the construction of the matchwood factory. Why did I build a matchwood factory in Luoyang and not elsewhere? Why? Yao Chong asked cooperatively. Because there are phosphate mines in Feishan County. There's a local river called the Yi River. Its source is at Xiong Air Mountain, and it eventually flows into the Luo River. If we use the waterway for transportation, we are limited by the seasons and climate. The water level is low and cannot be transported stably. There is also bauxite. After we smelted it, there was bauxite in the refractory furnace just now. I can also extract aluminum from it. It is just that we cannot use it at the moment. The industrial foundation is weak. Building a railroad is convenient for transportation. How can there be a dirt road for transporting, or how can it be compared to a railroad? Li Yi finally made it clear that he was not so free as to build a railroad between the drunken immortal residence and the fragrant fragrance pavilion. Phosphate or bauxite and iron were not used. There was too little of them, and the quality was not good. The coal mine could not be compared to other places. Yao Chong happily picked up the fruit. I knew you wouldn't do such a wasteful thing, Xiao Yi. Not necessarily. If I am happy one day, I might even build an Apang palace for my Wentian. Li Yi did not want to bear the name of a gentleman. Others would use him and bully him. It is too big. Quangaching is not built yet. It is a sign of the country's demise. Princess Yongmu was listening from the side. She was happy and shook her head. Apang palace was not a good thing. There was still one called Aching. Xiao Lan agreed. There are materials and manpower to build the road. Although the palace is big, how can it be as long as the road? If the house is luxurious, how can the people be willing? Beautiful sister, Xiao Lan said it too well. Drink tea. A small robot pushed a canister with a water inlet below. There were teacups on the canister. Our cute little robot is here. Kiss. Xiao Lan rubbed her face against the small robot's round head. You are blushing, the small robot responded. Yao Chong looked on enviously from the side. He wanted to have one. He reached out and picked up a teacup. He took a sip and frowned. What tea? High fragmentation, upper 5th grade. The small robot gave the answer. Oh, the worst tea is fragmentation. There's no lower 1st grade. Yao Chong knew. The worst is lower 5th grade. Lower 1st grade fragmentation is too expensive. This is for the common people to drink. There's a lot of it. the small robot corrected. There was a big difference between upper 5th grade and lower 5th grade. Yao Chong took another sip. Okay, he could drink. Provide tea for the common people? The new people who come to Luoyang are not acclimatized. Drink tea to recuperate. The bacteria in their bodies have to be smoothed out. Li said, the common people from other places who came here had excessive heat. They could not be prescribed other medicine. Drink tea, especially those who ate meat. In the past, they could not eat meat. Suddenly, there was meat to eat every meal. The gastrointestinal tract was not used to it. Yao Chong suddenly understood. He took another sip and found that the tea was sweet. Wouldn't the higher fragmentation of lower 5th grade tea be cheaper? It is exported. It is sent to Guangzhou City's Department of Shipping to be sold to barbarians. The small robot gave an irrefutable reason. The fragmentation of the highest grade tea leaves was treated as good things to be exchanged with barbarians. On the sea, everyone was not feeling well. Drinking tea could indeed prevent and treat some diseases. Chapter 2079. Your Majesty, I don't think it's wrong to kill the monks and Taoists who wanted to discuss Tao. Su Yi, who was listening to the conversation between Yao Chong and Li Yi, suggested to Li Longji. He supported Song Jing's previous words. Li Yi had sent people to check on the place after he had a stomachache. Li Yi had already arranged for a large number of new people to come to Xiangyang. The purpose of building the railway was connected to the match factory and refractory materials. The people who came from other places boiled tea and sent it to Xiangyang. Could the monks and Taoists arrange for the people to find work? Did they consider the people who had just arrived? They were not qualified to talk to Li Yi. Kill them. The temple was snatched and given to Li Yi. Su Yi looked at Li Yi with a hint of jealousy. Who was Li Yi's master? Why didn't the people from the Immortal Palace choose him? It was too unreasonable. Li Yi's actions were closely linked. He was not busy all day. Look at him if you don't believe me. He was touching Princess Yongmu's small hand. Your Majesty, where are you looking? Your Majesty, Your Majesty? Su Yi realized that Her Majesty had turned her head and looked to the side. The mountains are good. The distant mountains are like black clouds and like eyebrows. The light and dark colors are like a halo. Li Longji talked about the mountains. Xiao Yi, what do you think of the mountains? Perhaps it was because of jealousy. Su Yi insisted on disturbing Li Yi. Princess Yongmu glared at him. She considered waiting for Bai Gu to join the group for 2 days and getting Su Yi in first. Li Yi continued to hold Princess Yongmu's hand. I think the mountains are charming. The mountains should be like this when they see me. He copied Xian Qiji's words, changing one word and subtracting one word. Why didn't God send down a big lightning bolt to strike you? Su Yi was very depressed. Ting Shuo, you said you were tired. Li Longji turned to look at Su Yi. I'm not tired. I said that the heavens have eyes, but the people have no tears. It was the fortune of the great Tang to have physician Li. Dr. Li is outstanding in politics and has outstanding talent. His casual words are filled with zen. Su Yi was even more depressed. You couldn't hear me when I called you just now, but you can hear me when I'm mumbling so loudly? Even so, you can't praise him too much, lest he becomes arrogant and complacent. What did he do to deserve this? But a national scholar is unparalleled. Li Longji tilted his head, as if he wanted to see how charming Green Mountain was. Su Yi, Your Majesty, are you sure your words are not contradictory? What right do you have to add unparalleled scholar of the nation? I can also read 10 lines at a glance and have a photographic memory. Could it be that I've read the wrong books since I was a child? Your Majesty, look at Princess Yongmu. She's leaning her head on the mountain in broad daylight. Why are you looking at the mountain? Li Lang, when you make spicy fried snails at noon, put more scallions. I love scallions. Princess Yongmu leaned her head on Li Yi's shoulder and asked with a sweet smile, "Okay, put more coriander." The snails are raised to spit out sand. The children in Zhuangzi used small brushes to clean the shells one by one. Li Yi replied, he was not wrong. The children in Zhuangzi and the children who came later helped to clean the shells of the snails. Those with broken hands were not allowed to participate, for fear of parasites or bacterial infections. After they were done, the snails were raised to spit out mud and were fried with sweet and sour. They also ate it. Zhuangzi deliberately arranged for the children of the original villagers and the children of the new villagers to have more opportunities to interact. "Brother He, do you want to see the people from Xiangzhou?" Li Longji finally turned his head. "It's about time. You too should be careful in public." Princess Yongmu sat up straight and pouted. She had not leaned enough. So everyone went to see the newcomers. Li Yi was responsible for part of the security. "Wait for me. I'll push the tea cart." The little robot shouted behind. Qing Song, Tao Hong, and the others hurried to take over. They also pushed the little robot to not waste electricity. "Thank you. The early winter season is warm because of sincere feelings. It's you who blocked the cold for me. As time passes, I will never forget everyone's smiling faces, the past, the present, or tomorrow. If the heavens can hear my oath, I'm willing to Chong Air to accompany us forever." The little robot expressed its emotions and was pushed to save electricity. The eyes of the fourth generation Taohong, Chui Lu, and the other palace maids turned red. What a good little robot. No matter how tired he was, it was worth it to push it. He would rather fall than let the little robot fall. "So Qing Song, Guyan, you must push it well." "Yes." The palace maids did not push it. They were only responsible for moving it. Qing Song and the others were responsible for pushing it. "I want one. He has so many." Princess Jinxian whispered to her sister, Princess True Jade, "Impossible, but we can live in the family Zhuangzi. In the morning, there will be little robots coming to wake us up, singing and telling jokes." Princess True Jade also liked it, but unfortunately, she could not have it. What are the 8 hardships of life? There are things you can't ask for. "I'll live here. I'll go wherever Li goes." Princess Jinxian decided to follow for the sake of the little robot. She could get a place to live at the edge of the big courtyard. She could do what she did in the past. It would not affect her, and she could eat free food. The kings of the royal family were all there. Why couldn't she? The little robot not only had a nice voice, singing to you and chatting with you. They could also talk about scriptures and Tao with you and introduce food. This thing seemed to be unaffordable even with all the wealth in the world. It was definitely not for sale. If you push it, it will remind you that there is a pit in front. Don't push it into the pit. It will also tell you that there are herbs, poisonous insects, and snakes beside it. Be careful. It's good to live there. Living in someone else's place is like living under someone else's roof. Living in the family Zhuangzi is like living in your own home. Princess True Jade also had the same plan. Her residence was in the corner of the mountain. Her people were also there, and she always came here to eat. There was an excuse. The Emperor Emeritus was there, so there was nothing wrong with her coming over. "Sister, where's your Luoan? I haven't seen him in a few days." Princess Jinxian thought of someone who repaired the road. You are not farmers, so I don't ask you to shave. Wash your hair with soap. There's a grate on the side. Shave." Just as Princess True Jade was about to speak, a noisy voice came from the front, asking the newcomers to take a bath and wash their hair. The craftsmen who came to Li family Zhuangzi had to shave their heads bald. Family members did not need to. Craftsmen were not allowed to have long hair. Women's hair needed to be tied up and covered with headgear. Some were machine tools, driven by wind, water, and animal power. If hair was rolled in, it would die. Some women simply cut their hair short. When working, they wore short-sleeved shirts to prevent their sleeves from being rolled in. The people from Xiangzhou did not belong to Li family Zhuangzi, so the requirements were lowered. Wash, Xiao, He, do you think we can ask the relevant officials of Hunan Prefecture to help guide them? Zhang Shuo was about to turn into a wooden man. Now that he realized a large number of commoners had come, he felt that his administrative staff should be of use. No, you have no credibility. If the commoners come directly to Li family Zhuangzi, they will already explain the problem. Li Yi cleanly refused. The commoners seemed to be organized. They came from the west and went straight to Li family Zhuangzi. If it was Chang, and the commoners would go to the government, they knew that the officials of Chang and did not dare to deceive them because Li family Zhuangzi was there. In Luoyang, they were not familiar with the situation in Hunan Prefecture. How could they reason if the officials they found were deceived? Go to Li family Zhuangzi? Then why not go directly to Li family Zhuangzi? Life was difficult, and the heavens were speechless. Li family Zhuangzi was clear-headed and trusted Dongzhu, Li Yi the most. This was a common saying among the commoners. If Chang and Zbahui Li family Zhuangzi's Li Dongzhu was not worthy of trust, then how could the world be true? Chapter 2080. 21,110 people were divided into hundreds of teams. Some people were holding wanted posters and comparing them. They were mainly looking for people who were involved in criminal cases, such as murder, abduction, and fraud. As for evaders and evaders, they didn't have any money if they were caught. Weren't they just here to join a new household register and start a new life? After asking a little, they found out that Xiangzhou wasn't the only one who came. Suizhou in the east and Fangzhou in the west also had people who didn't have registered to join the team. The team moved all the way to Luoyang. Their local government didn't care. The imperial court had orders. Even if they saw people escaping, the bailiffs would pretend that they didn't see them. There was no reward for catching them because the other party had nothing to compensate. They weren't people in important cases. Over here, line up. Don't jump around. Once the arrangements are done, I'll put you together. Find someone nimble to take care of the children, just like on the road. What are you crying for? You'll have good days in the future. You brat, do business. Memorize the Analects of Confucius. You can't take the imperial exam next year. You memorized it wrong. You're advancing. Wing Rui, not feather Rui. Where did you copy it? There was a man who looked to be in his 40s, but was actually only 30 years old, busying himself. The others listened to him, including those who were wrongly memorized by the Analects of Confucius. They corrected him and repeatedly recited the passage. The monarch summons the serpent. This person is okay. Li Yi watched for a while from 20 steps away and commented. Li Longji nodded. It was okay. Compared to others, this person's organizational skills were outstanding, surpassing many county magistrates. In the Li family Zhuangzi, it was nothing special. The villagers also organized their manpower in an orderly manner. Dongzhu, this person's surname is Zhang, and his name is Huang Zhiji. Huang is yellow, stop is stop, and Ji is thorny. Li Hingui came to report. He was originally in charge of Zhuangzi in Luoyang, but now he was also in charge. He gave the power to Songda and Sun Xan. After the population increased, he was too busy and had to study. Princess Jingxian stood beside a small robot. Her finger occasionally touched the robot's head. Every time she touched it, the light on the robot's head flashed. Tao Hong, Qing Song, and the others looked anxious, but there was nothing they could do. When she touched it again, the little robot suddenly said, "It's almost out of battery." Everyone looked over, and she quickly withdrew her hand. This person's name and character are not correct. What is the connection between Huang and Ji? This name is... Sui coughed and wanted to tell Princess Golden Immortal. Ting Shua, wait a moment. Bai Gu stopped Sui and waved at Li Guizong. You speak. Oh, Li Guizong replied. Although the country is small, its ambition is big. Although it is remote, its political power is central. Where's the little girl? Bai Gu looked at Feng Qingdai again. Feng Qingdai went over and pushed the little robot beside Princess Jinxian away. Where is Bai Lishi? Please redeem him with 5 pieces of sheepskin. What is it? Princess Jinxian was even more confused. She watched regretfully as the little girl pushed the little robot away. She could not stop her. When she was sick, she needed the little girl to treat her. The little girl's status was higher than the eunuchs and women. Her medical skills were the best. Sigh. Bai Gu sighed and looked at Li Yi with jealousy. What are you looking at? No, why are you looking at me? Li Yi glared back. I didn't say anything. What's wrong with looking at you? Bai Gu was even angrier. He actually knew this question. Obviously, he learned from the little robot. Sometimes, when the little robots were together, they would say some nonsense. Nothing, I'm just asking. Li Yi was scared. He realized that old Bai Still had not resolved the knot in his heart that there must be someone to learn from when the 3 of them traveled together. Whether there was a teacher or not was not important. The important thing was that old Bai did not treat Li Fuquan as his teacher. Looking at the situation now, his second disciple answered with the words of Confucius, and his eldest disciple answered with the contents of the Qin Benji. They all pointed to one person, and Zhang Huang's name came from this person. The others did not have any thoughts about the eldest disciple. No one could cure his congenital heart disease. The second disciple was almost cured. At least, they felt that he was almost cured. Duke Mu of Qin by Lishi. The little robot that was pushed away shouted cutely. Ah, Princess Jin Xian understood. The country's style is Qin's wind. The yellow bird stops at the thorn. She looked at the little robot in the distance. Tears welled up in her eyes. The little robot was so powerful. She should not have touched it just now. Now it ran away. Then she smiled. The little girl pushed the little robot back and guarded it. Summon him. Li Longji wanted to see this person. He guessed that the other party wanted to take the Zhongnan shortcut. He probably changed his name and character and organized people to go to Luoyang. However, the Zhongnan shortcut was not easy to take. Lu Songyong could take it just because he ran to Zhongnan Mountain. He was from the Fanyang Lu family. That Wang Hanzhong did not become an official. Did he want to learn from Lu Songyong? Seeing that he spent so much effort to bring the people to Luoyang safely, he would give him a chance. After passing the message, Li Longji looked at Li Yi. Li Yi hurriedly waved his hand and shook his head. He pointed at Princess True Jade and gestured to Li Longji. Don't compare me. Compare me. Look at Princess True Jade's road repair. Li Longji pointed at the ground and nodded slowly. Ron is repairing the road. Don't worry. This time he will relax the requirements and won't dig a hole. Princess True Jade happened to see it. She actually understood. She frowned slightly and turned to the side. She made a gesture of using a shovel to dig the ground and pointed at her face. The people from her princess residence raised their hands and made a gesture of wearing a hat. She nodded, and the other party ran away. She smiled and looked at Xiaolan with gratitude. The people who were in charge of teaching her had all graduated. They were countless times easier to use than before. There was a system of entering the class at the end. After 2 consecutive examinations, they were sent to Xiaolan for tutoring. At the mention of this, they were scared to death. It was similar to telling the winged knights to let Dongzhu play with them. Xiaolan was pushing a small robot around 3 times to the left and 3 times to the right. It could be charged. As if sensing being watched, she raised her head and saw Princess True Jade. She smiled and continued to push. Zhang Huang was called over. When he was called, he stood still and tidied his clothes and hair. When he came over, the movement of his legs was obvious, causing his robe to flutter like the wind. When Li Longji approached, his robe began to ripple like the wind blowing on water. Needless to say, he was trembling. Sit. Everyone sit. Li Longji instructed. Tao Hong and the others quickly conjured folding stools and placed them behind everyone. When Li Longji said that he was summoning people, they were ready. Princess Yongmu, Princess True Jade, and the other women quickly moved to the side and sat to watch the show. Li Yi sat on the first seat to Li Longji's left. He was sitting on a box, a green pine trolley box. Zhang Huang trembled slightly and squatted down first, then tried to sit on the stool. It seemed that he was prepared for today's situation, but he was not. The psychological pressure was too great. A group of people, the Prime Minister, the former Prime Minister, His Majesty, several kings, and the retired emperor. Bai Gu thought it was normal. Not everyone could be like Xiao Yi, calling him Old Bai, don't mess around the first time they met, as if they had been good friends for many years. Chapter 2081. Can you get some tea to drink? Li Yi suddenly spoke up when Zhang Huangru was feeling uneasy during the oral defense. Okay. A group of small robots responded and ran off. I want secondary grade 1, not high grade, and don't take grade 5 powder, Li Yi shouted. Got it. The small robot continued to respond. The small robot's voice was fun, and Li Yi's voice was down to earth. After the interaction, Zhang Huangru found that he was not so nervous anymore. His heart relaxed, and he suddenly raised his head to look at Li Yi, his eyes filled with gratitude and respect. He instantly understood. This Li Dongzhu not only told him to relax, but also conveyed the message to others not to make things too difficult for him. What a good person! As expected, the Prime Minister was magnanimous and won people with virtue. Li Longji was surprised. He tilted his head and looked at Brother Yi. Why did he help Zhang Huangru? If he couldn't even bear this scene, what use was he? Li Yi moved the box and whispered, Third brother, it's good to have more experience. It's easy to cultivate later. It's more important to observe talent. Oh, Li Longji nodded. That made sense. Just like you. You've never been nervous, right? Li was calm. He was willing to give the other party a chance. He remembered his diplomatic spokesperson at the time. That person had stuttered when he was the second in command of the embassy. Later, he appeared in the position of diplomatic spokesperson and had become powerful. If he didn't give him a chance because of his nervous stutter, how could he answer in front of so many cameras with ease? Zhang Huangru, who was about to be exempted from the exam, had brought at least 20,000 people to Luoyang safely. The tea was delivered in an insulated glass teacup. Through the glass, one could see the small buds bobbing up and down in the water. This tea was not from the capital government. Luoyang's Li family Zhuangzi steward, Li Guiheng, followed Dongzhu's instructions and went to Huainan Road to find someone to pick it. It was Xinyang during Li Yi's time. It was now called Shenzhou, and the provincial government was in Yiyang County. The tea leaves were from Xinyang Maojian. There was also Liuan melon slice a little further to the east, which was called Shengtang County. The county name was well chosen, festive. Anyway, the tea leaves in this area were very famous, such as Mount Luyunwu and so on. Of course, the most profitable tea was in the Shu lands, where the tea horse trade and the Silk Road were located. Right now, everyone was drinking Xinyang Maojian tea. At this moment, it was floating up and down. Later, it would fall to the bottom, and in the end, the tea leaves would be consumed. Li Yi did not give the standard grade 1 tea leaves because the quantity was too small. After the tea leaves were soaked, they could be fried as vegetables. Zhang Huang gradually recovered while waiting for the tea. Everyone remained silent to give Li Yi face. Li Longji picked up his teacup and took a sip of the tea. Almost at the same time, all the ministers drank their tea and put down their teacups. When Gigi teaches children, what does he teach? Do you want to hand over the yellow bird? Song Jing addressed the other party by his courtesy name. At the same time, he pointed out the meaning of the name of the place. Zhang Huang taught classes locally, especially for children who did not have a place of origin. Most of what I teach is pinyin. The second explanation is to talk about retribution first. Zhang Huang leaned forward, slightly as a sign of courtesy. He mainly taught others pinyin and the contents of the newspaper. What about the literature? Sui asked. Occasionally, there are excerpts from the great university, the doctrine of the mean, and the minister. Although the children are young, they take care of their families and do not have much time to learn. Zhang Huang replied, I can teach the contents of the Book of Songs, but I can't teach them all the time. This is because the children have to help out at home, such as cooking. The adults have to work, or the family will not be able to eat. Cultivation resources to fill the belly of a gentleman? Zhang Juling asked if the money he earned from attending classes was enough to fill his stomach. A nobleman who works as a farmer will have 3 meals. Zhang Huang smiled. I can work. I can do it myself. I don't expect tuition. Plowing manpower? Bai Gu was skeptical. You are farming and teaching. Are you sure you have enough time? If it is not farming, there is no land for farming. Raising poultry, hatching chicks, collecting wild eggs, and gathering eggs. Zhang Huang picked up his teacup and wanted to drink, but his mouth was dry. He did not farm. There was no land. He raised poultry and artificially hatched chicks, ducks, and geese. There were many rivers and mountains in the area, so he could earn money quickly. After answering, he looked at Li Longji. Your Majesty, what do you want to ask? Li Longji picked up his teacup and blew on it. He did not ask, but his eyes glanced at Li Yi. You don't take the money from those who escaped. They help you take care of the poultry and they raise them themselves. You taught them, right? So you only need to hatch chicks and ducks, and then use the big chickens, ducks, geese, and eggs to exchange for some old grain and chaff. And you'll be able to bring back free-range poultry? Li Yi was not so genteel. He was straightforward. Zhang Huang revealed a look of surprise. Dr. Li also knows this? What do you think? Li Yi asked. I'm ashamed. I forgot about Li Dongzhu for a moment. Zhang Huang came to a realization. He had seen his method in the newspaper. The newspaper was published by the Li family Zhuangzi, so how could Li Yi not know? Aya, how embarrassing. Please don't give me a bad review. It's not easy for me. He changed the way he addressed Li Dongzhu. Dr. Li was one identity and Li Dongzhu was another. Why did you think of using such a method to obtain a path of fortune? Li Yi continued to ask, as straightforward as ever. No thoughts of fortune. Say it again. Li Yi interrupted him. No thoughts of fortune means no power to improve. However, this is not a shortcut. Without the imperial examinations, I don't dare to enter the imperial court. It's best to find a county deputy or registrar. In the past few prefectural examinations, they were all dismissed. In the end, it was difficult for them to do so, so they decided to try this plan 2 years ago. Zhang Huang said everything. He realized that facing Li Yi was more stressful than facing the 4 ministers. The ministers spoke in a genteel manner, so it was easy to deal with them. Li Yi spoke bluntly the moment he opened his mouth. Every sentence was on the key point. Bring me brush and ink. Li Yi ordered. Ching Song No. 1 stood beside him, looking at him helplessly. Take it. I'll get up. Li Yi got up. He was sitting on a box. Ching Song opened the box, took out something, and closed it again, indicating for Dongzhu to sit. I'll give you 15 minutes to drink tea. Then, in an hour, write an admonition, and an admonition that the people can understand. As for what to admonish and what to admonish, you can think about it yourself based on the current situation. Li Yi was as straightforward as ever. 15 minutes to prepare, and an hour to write 2 things. An hour. Zhang Huang emphasized the time. You too write 2. Li Yi didn't answer him. Instead, he said to his eldest and second disciples, Yes, Master. The 2 children said. Gu Yan also opened a box and took out the 4 treasures of the study. Zhang Huang, he didn't dare to look down on the 2 children. He had long heard that Li Dongzhu had 2 disciples. They could read 10 lines at a glance, and they had a photographic memory. They had memorized all the books that could be read. What else could he say? Right, this was the only chance. If he missed it, he would probably miss it for the rest of his life. There wouldn't be a second chance. But wasn't this a little too difficult? How many people could write an admonition in an hour? Why don't you say compose a poem? Chapter 2082. Li Longji seemed to have guessed Zhang Huang's thoughts as he chewed on a tea leaf. He swallowed and said, "You have an hour. Brother E, compose a poem." Teacher Zhang was both a teacher and a teacher. When you're done, he should be done too. You don't have to waste time. It's too tiring to compose now. Can I copy it? Li Yi didn't find it troublesome. I'll copy it when I'm done. Li Longji agreed. Bury it. The rhythm isn't good. It's not close to the body. Li Yi emphasized again. A limerick will do. It's for the people to read. It's like a letter of advice. Li Longji nodded. Zhang Huang heard it. He had an hour to compose too, and Li Yi would compose a limerick. He had to work hard. It would be best if he could finish as soon as possible. As he drank his tea, he said that he would have a quarter of an hour to prepare before he started. He was both nervous and excited as he prepared himself. Then, Li Yi didn't even take a sip of tea. Rich people don't need to buy fertile land. There are thousands of millets in books. There's no need to build a house. There's a house of gold in books. Don't regret going out without a companion. There are many horses in books. Don't regret marrying a wife without a good matchmaker. There are beautiful women in books. A man wants to fulfill his life's ambition. He diligently reads the 6 classics in front of the window. Li Yi didn't blush at all when he copied. Zhang Huang's hand trembled. The tea splashed on his hand and scalded his mouth. You're not even preparing? Why did you just open your mouth? Am I considered eliminated? You said you'd give me time to drink tea. Li Dongzhu, look, this tea is clear. There's water in Xiangzhou and Luoyang. Can you write a limerick about fish and water to persuade me? Zhang Huang's desire to live was strong. How could it end before it even started? Don't worry about me. I'm fast at copying things. Others can write ready-made poems. Li Yi waved his hand. I'm giving you a chance. I'm free. No, I mean copy another one. I'm going to write. Zhang Huang decided not to drink tea. He thought as he wrote. Okay, you drink yours, fish and water, okay? Yes, I can copy it. Li Yi agreed. He wouldn't make things difficult for you. Turning his head, he took a sip of tea. Why don't the fish come ashore? Too little knowledge makes it difficult to breathe. People want to ride the wind and embrace the sun and moon. Diligently study at the desk all year round. He wrote the character Ming stroke by stroke and recited the words accent sentence by sentence. Life is hard and shrouded in a haze, but books have their own white clouds. Zhang Huang spat out a mouthful of tea. Fortunately, it was not blood. Brother E, how are you going to spend an hour like this? Li Longji was depressed. How can you be like this? How difficult would it be to call Zhang Huang? He had just taken 2 sips of tea. Eat the watermelon seeds. It's perfect for drinking tea. Princess Yongmu had to stand up for her husband, so what? My Langjun is so powerful. Melon seeds are good. Sorry to trouble you when tea on. Zhang Juling chimed in. There are extra pumpkin seeds and sunflower seeds. Pumpkins live forever, and flowers bloom in the direction of the sun. The little robot spoke again. It was being pushed around by Princess Jinxian. Princess Jinxian finally knew how to take care of the little robot. It was always charged and full of fear. The little robot could not eat too much, but it was protected. Amid the crunching sound of all kinds of melon seeds, Zhang Huang was sweating profusely as he wrote. He already had plans. He only wanted a small county deputy or a registrar. He did not dare to mention a higher official. The A students from the Li family Zhuangzi had to go to the village to be village officials and assist the village chief. He had not passed the provincial government, so how could he be qualified to enter the imperial court? Once he settled the matters in the county, the emperor would know. When the time came, he would be promoted and show off to those who looked down on him. Wasn't it just because he was alone and poor? They never invited him to hold a poetry gathering, and he did not have the money to invite them back. He wrote a letter to the county yamen to give ideas, but they did not care at all. It was a pity that there were so many good ideas. Sigh. He was angry and competing. The examiners were looking at his information. There was a small robot in front of each of them, and there was a screen displaying words. The people from the Li family Zhuangzi knew the situation through the mouths of the people and summarized it in words for everyone to see. Zhang Huang used to be called Zhang Zhen, and his courtesy name was Xinqing. Before the age of 15, he went to the county school. His grades were average, and his family could not keep up with the nutrition, so he was poor. When he was 15, his parents fell ill and did not get up. He took care of the funeral and farmed the fields himself. He could not farm the fields alone. He could barely pay rent, but if he was asked to pay for silk, he had to weave cloth. He exchanged food for money and studied at the same time. No one took care of him. 3 years later, he finally began to owe money, and his grades became worse. He sold his family property and wanted to study hard. In the end, he fell ill and took medicine. In half a year, the money from selling his family property was gone. He could marry a wife if he wanted. Someone saw that he could read and calculate, so they invited a son-in-law to work for their family shop. He did not want to work. There were daughters of ordinary families who made a living by farming. As long as he worked as a bookkeeper, they were willing to marry their daughter to him. He knew that his life was over, so he did not agree. Some villages were too far away from the county. If they asked him to teach children, he would mix in the villages. The children in each village could not study every day. If they did, they would live in the county. Later, he entered the county school to teach. He taught well in each village. The children saw that he had a promising future and entered the county school. When the county school found out, they asked him to come. After entering the county school, he began to give ideas to the county. Others did not need him to tell them what to do. Since you are so good, why don't you take my position? He had so many things to do. He wanted to take the imperial examination, but the county government had to issue a certificate. He was too old and needed to go to the township to pay tribute. He did not go to school. The township could not give him the qualifications. What if he went to Chang and talked nonsense? Until 2 years ago, when he suddenly resigned and quit his job, he went to find runaway families and gave free lessons to the children. He learned from Li Yi and Zhuangzi's way of raising students. He also learned a lot of survival skills from the newspapers. He led a group of people to raise poultry. Slowly, he considered sending these people to the capital office. The capital office did not have any restrictions on recruiting people. He gave them names and characters to express his anger. This was the meaning of the national style of Qin Feng's yellow bird. Make friends with the yellow bird and stop at the thorn. In the end, when he was about to go to the capital office, the emperor ran to Hunan, so he simply came to Hunan. In this way, he led a large group of people to the place before the 12th lunar month. His first choice was naturally the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Longji muttered. He used his hand to write on the screen. Investigate. Song Jing, Yao Chong, Gao Lisher, and Li Yi all waved their hands to call people. When they came close, they gave orders to investigate Xiangzhou all the way to the county. Song Jing represented the government. In Yao Chang's delegation, Gao Lisher was a secret agent. Li Yi's delegation was naturally the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi investigated because the Li family Zhuangzi gave him some benefits, such as some soap. Was the Li family Zhuangzi's money so easy to take? It was used to raise honest people. Li Qingqi thought about it and also arranged for his people to send things to the local government schools through his Tang dynasty's Chaotian Fund. The officials in Xiangzhou would never expect that when they let Zhang Huang go to Luoyang, there would be 5 different teams investigating them. When they arrived, they could not bribe them even if they wanted to. The Li family Zhuangzi's people did not care about money at all, unless the officials themselves were fine. Chapter 2083. Zhang Huang didn't know that his matter had attracted the attention of a group of people. He wrote and stopped, occasionally taking a sip of tea. The little girl and Li Guizong beside him were writing furiously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. About half an hour later, a small robot slowly slid to Zhang Huang's side. Words appeared on the screen of the small robot in front of everyone. Zhang Huang first wrote a letter to persuade the people. The arrival of the saint is a good opportunity. There are many candidates, and thousands of people are gathered to discuss. It's snuggling winter shouqiu. Cross it out and write again. If Mo Dong doesn't come out, he can accumulate wealth. Quang City Wesley family help to drive away diseases. In this cold season, there is no need to worry about wealth. Everyone understood the content. Persuade the people to come out and work. Cross out the words that should be followed by a transition, such as yes, perhaps, also, again. Li Longji frowned. Bai Gu and the others also looked unhappy. Li Yi sighed secretly. If you want to show off your literary talent, you should write more obscure and difficult to pronounce. Obviously, you can't do it. If you want the people to know what you write, Qingdai. Li Yi suddenly called his eldest disciple. Master? The little girl looked up. Where are you? I've finished persuading the people. There's still a few dozen words in the letter to the people. First, read the book of persuasion to me. Okay, I'm Feng Qingdai, an official, grade 3. Let me tell you something. Now that my master is here, my master has a way to make money. Take a look at what you know. Quickly find the Li family Zhuangzi and ask them. Then they will arrange things for you to make money. Don't take it lightly. Other people are rich and you are poor. Other people eat meat, but you can't even eat vegetables and can only eat salted vegetables. A good opportunity is in front of you. If you miss it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Fight for it and have a good life in the coming year. I'm not scaring you. When other people are rich, they won't be willing to interact with you. If you have children, your children are not as strong as other people's children. It's okay if you don't know anything. We will teach you, and you will know it. It's easy. The little girl didn't even look at the words she had written. She raised her head and shouted as if she was selling something. Zhang Huang looked at the little girl in surprise. Didn't they say that you were so good that you could read 10 lines at a glance and had a photographic memory? What did you write? Why is it so simple and straightforward? Third rank official. You're embarrassing me, Li Yi reprimanded. Zhang Huang nodded slightly. Yes, it was embarrassing. Master, this disciple has yet to learn, so it is difficult for me to adhere to the ancient language. I shall be surnamed by you. The extremities and shins of the limbs are diseased, and the choke penetrates the body, giving a gift to a destitute person, treasuring the noble. This time it was completely different from what she had written just now. He told Li Yi that he had not learned well enough. He could not teach the common people things that were difficult to understand. For example, if someone had a small illness in their hands or feet, he knew many prescriptions. If someone had no money, he would give them cheap ones. If someone had money, he would use expensive ones. Guizong, what did you write? Li Yi ignored the eldest disciple's question and asked the second disciple. More or less. What I wrote was, don't be idle this winter. Next summer, we will burn a lot of cement. You can save some money to build a new house. Those who raise chickens and ducks, don't stop. Those who don't, quickly raise them. There are still a few months left. It is enough time to sell them. Even if you want to catch piglets, there is still time. Those who work outside will eat more rice. Then grind the rice husks and cook them with other things to feed the pigs. Li Guizong replied. He had also written plain words. You haven't learned well either? Li Yi asked. Lan Ji, the boy servant Pei Li. Although I admire you, you know nothing about me. Your appearance is graceful, but you are fearful. Li Guizong replied with a line from the Book of Songs, Wei Feng Yulan. The meaning was that once he used the traditional way of persuading the common people, there would be a barrier between him and the common people. He had to pretend to be an official. Zhang Huang broke out in sweat again. He finally knew that the rumors were true. He was indeed worthy of his name. When he was their age, what was he doing? Oh, going to school, memorizing the mysteries of heaven and earth and the universe. The sun and moon waxed and waned. The stars and constellations lined up. He thought about it and looked at the others. Li Longji and the others smiled and nodded, their faces full of praise. Good boy, you don't have to write anymore. Come to me. Noble consort Lu, who was more than 10 steps away, called out to the little girl and her junior brother. The little girl ran first, then suddenly stopped. She turned around and kicked the slow junior brother. Li Guizhong threw himself forward, his hands on the ground. He didn't dare to get up directly. His head hit the ground before he jumped up and rolled forward. Sure enough, the second leg swept over him while he was rolling and missed. Obviously, he was experienced. He braced himself just now to ensure that he would be hit. Humph. Next time I'll sweep my leg. The little girl didn't kick him and pouted. You won't be able to sweep your leg in time. You used your body's inertia to kick the second leg. Sweep your leg and you won't be able to touch me. Li Guizhong stuck out his tongue and made a face. He had already calculated how to dodge. Eat melon seeds and drink warm juice. Imperial concubine Delu sat there, hugging her 2 children on each side. Aunt Zeng will peel melon seeds for you. The 2 responded tacitly at the same time. Good, good, good. Noble consort Lu was even happier. Sigh. 2 people sighed at the same time. Zhang Huang lowered his head and took out another piece of paper to write. He realized that what he wrote wasn't good. It had to be straightforward and simple. It would be best if he could use spoken English. He had to write a letter of advice and admonishment. The other person who sighed was Baigu. When he saw Li Guizhang's response, he thought of the Analects of Confucius. He couldn't find a disciple. Pearls and jade were in front of him. Xiao Yu. Baigu wanted to find fault with her. If you've seen the blue sea, you can't be water. If you've seen Mount Wu, you can't be clouds, right? Li Yi copied. It's okay. It's pretty good. It's all pretty good. Baigu was terrified. At the very least, he couldn't immediately say that sentence. Li Fuquan, Li Guizhong, naturally found a powerful master. There was nothing wrong with that. He understood. The Blue Sea Island was in the North Sea. The water was pale, and the immortals called it the Blue Sea. I'm under the sun of Mount Wu, obstructed by high hills. Morning clouds, dusk rain, morning, morning, evening. Below the balcony, they were all about immortals. They were either illusions or dreams. They were ethereal. Just like this disciple that Li Guizhong didn't accept, he was close yet far away. When Zhang Huang heard this, he sighed again. He used to think that he had bad luck. Otherwise, he would have entered the imperial court. His literary talent was good. Today, he finally understood that he wasn't good enough in the imperial court. If he quickly wrote, would he still be able to become a county deputy or a registrar? He didn't expect to be a county magistrate. Wah, wah. A child's cry suddenly interrupted Zhang Huang's thoughts. Xu and Xin ran over with a family of 4. Among them, a 1-year-old child was crying. The other girl, who was about 4 or 5 years old, was wiping her tears. Dongzhu, his child, was bitten by a mosquito. He was bitten when he was sleeping last night. Now he's crying. The mosquito seems to only bite him. He sprayed some toilet water, but it didn't work. The bites look bigger. It's hard for the child to scratch them. Xu and Xin pointed at the child anxiously. Have you peed? Li Yi looked at the child and asked the family. Master, let me do it. Hurry, come with me to pee. We'll find a small teacup. The little girl pulled her junior brother and ran over. Chapter 2084. The little girl came closer and checked the child's condition. If his body was too weak, she couldn't urinate as it would hurt his hip joint. No urine. His body is full of bumps. Cry. Rub with all your strength to make him feel better. I don't dare to scratch. The child's father was about to cry. Okay, it's good that he didn't urinate. I'll massage you. The little girl nodded and instructed her junior brother. Li Guizong took a teacup from the side and poured it out. He placed it in front of the child's penis. The little girl found an acupoint and pressed it. The child stopped crying. He opened his eyes and opened his mouth slightly. Sure, Li Guizong cooperated. Then, whoosh, wipe his body with your hands. Are you afraid that your hands will touch urine? The little girl glared. She was angry. I'm afraid that my hands will get dirty. Li Guizong looked aggrieved. Catch. Li tossed a bottle of alcohol to him. Thank you, master. Li Guizong took the bottle and disinfected it. Then he dipped it in the urine and wiped it on the child's body. The bumps on the child's body were big flat bumps. Some of the bumps had bumps on them. He didn't know which part of the bumps attracted mosquitoes. In less than 2 minutes, the child was finished with the urine. The little girl stopped massaging and the child stopped crying. After another 2 minutes, the bumps on the child's body disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. I forgot. I'll write it in the newspaper later. Li regretted his negligence. He had forgotten such a good method. Is it a boy's urine? Zhang Huang looked at the teacup with anticipation. You were bitten too. It doesn't matter if it's a boy or not. It's fine as long as it's your own. You. Li suddenly understood. Oh, you have mosquito bites on you? Xiao Xiao, let me borrow your boy's urine. Zhang Huang started to roll up his pants and sleeves. Isn't it cold now? If it was hot, he wouldn't wear pants. He just covered himself with a robe. Li Guizong took the teacup and wiped the obvious bumps on Zhang Huang's body with his hands. I'll do it myself. Zhang Huang was flustered. He felt that his status didn't match with the child who was wiping his urine. You don't have to do this. My master is a divine doctor. I'm his disciple. Li Guizong continued to wipe the urine with a calm expression. What was this? He had done even dirtier work. When he participated in the surgery, he did not have the intention to be clean or dirty. He only cared about the patient's condition. This old man really can't teach. Bai Gu sighed as he watched. He knew that Li Guizong was too lively and quick-witted. He had suffered too much since he was young, so he didn't trust anyone. Most importantly, he was smart. If he didn't teach well, he might even kill his teacher. It was too wild and hard to tame. As for Xiao Yi, she didn't seem to have been tamed. It was just normal contact, but the child had changed. This kind of normal contact required knowledge. The more normal it was, the more abnormal it was. It's not itchy anymore. It really works. Are you going to take the imperial examination next year? Zhang Huang did not dislike the urine of a boy. He could even drink the urine of a boy, let alone wipe it. When he was young, he often peed on his hands, but he didn't wash them. He just grabbed food to eat. Just for fun. Stay with senior sister and accompany steward song. After Li Guizong wiped Zhang Huang's face, he turned around to take the doll's urine and wiped it again. In just a short while, all the bumps on the baby's body had disappeared. It was as if the baby had taken antihistamines. After relaxing, he yawned and tried his best to open his eyes before closing them. He lay in his mother's arms and fell asleep. The woman didn't care about the weight. She had a baby carrier on her, and there were words on it. When Tianlan Xiang Pavilion. This was the most expensive and cheapest brand that commoners could own. It didn't cost money at all, other than this free item. When Tianlan Xiang Pavilion was also expensive. The man squatted down and picked up his daughter. Your brother has recovered. Don't cry. Yes, I know. So it's fine to just pee. The girl was happy, and her brother didn't feel uncomfortable anymore. Princess Yongmu came over and took a small basket with silk decorations. It could hold about 2 caddies of normal things, not cotton. There were more than 10 kinds of dried fruits in it. She handed it to the girl. This is for you. Thank you, sister. I don't take it. Thank you, princess. The man carried his daughter with one hand and took the small basket with the other. He couldn't casually take other people's things, but Princess Yongmu's was no problem. When he made money later, he would put up the longevity tablets of His Majesty and Li Dongzhu and burn incense. In summer, he would just light mosquito coils for a few minutes and bring them to his room. Such mosquito coils could calm the nerves and prevent the child's soul from being taken away. Everyone said so, and it was very effective. Thank you, beautiful princess. The girl was sensible and quickly followed her father's words. I'll give you a grapefruit as well, Li said. He liked people who told the truth. He liked the little robot, and now he was called the handsome Dongzhu. Honesty was a good quality, right? Unlike the officials or group managers of his time, the first thing they did when something happened was to shift their responsibility. It was a failure of education, because some teachers were very hypocritical and Philistine. Although he had many teacher friends and netizens, those people were not bad. The key was that some of the officials even graduated from middle school. This was quite ironic. He wasn't hypocritical. So why didn't they tell the truth? Give it to the grapefruit. Hence, the girl hugged a large grapefruit and did not let her father carry it, as it was too heavy. The little girl knew how to be filial and hugged the grapefruit as she was carried away by her father. Wait. There's a small cart. Put it on and pull it away. Sun Xian pulled a small cart over. Don't carry it. A child and a 6 kilograms grapefruit. It's too heavy. As for the little girl, she had to be carried. When she finally fell asleep, she would cry when she woke up. When the family left, Zhang Huang looked at him and threw his pen away. I won't write any more. I'll just follow the way the others did. Is that all right? All right. Go to Feishan County to be a deputy. There's a deputy there, and you'll be the second deputy. In the future, the county will develop rapidly, and one deputy and registrar won't be enough. Li Yi agreed. The fact that Zhang Huang threw his pen away meant that he knew what was right. What he threw away was his pen, and what he left behind was his heart for the people. Zhang Huang paused and looked at Li Longji. All right, Li Longji was peeling sunflower seeds and used his fingernails to scrape them. After the new year, you won't be the Hunan magistrate anymore. Sui spoke to Zhang Shuo. He had a good relationship with Zhang Shuo, and Zhang Shuo was the one who recommended him. Zhang Huang was in a difficult position. Who should I thank? You don't have to thank me. What I said, there will be a lot of money in the future. If you forget your original intentions, I will use my life to help you remember. Li Yi opened his mouth. I'm the one who asked you to go. You don't have to thank others. Of course. You have to understand that I will be responsible for the positions I have assigned. If something happens to you, I will bear the responsibility. I will need to fork out a lot of money to compensate the people and make Old Bai happy. When that happens, when I deal with you, don't feel wronged. Dr. Li Dongzhu. It doesn't matter what you call me. If you have the ability to lead the people to increase their income by 10 times, even if you scold me, I will do it. Li Yi waved his hand. It's useless to say anything. You just have to be an official, and I will increase my lifespan.